Back in 2013, I was 34 years old and in between jobs after a long, stressful few years working construction contracts across Nevada and Arizona. I'd just gone through a messy breakup, and I needed space. I didn't want to be around people. I didn't want to hear phones ringing or cars buzzing past my apartment windows. I didn't even want to talk to my brother, who I was usually close to. I just wanted to get out, be somewhere still, somewhere quiet. A guy I'd worked with once, Kyle, had told me about an old cabin his family owned near a dry basin about an hour and a half outside of Kanab, Utah. Said it used to belong to his uncle, who'd built it back in the 70s and hardly touched it after the 80s. Kyle said the place was bare bones, no power, no running water, just a wood stove and a bunch of old camping gear. But he said I could stay there as long as I wanted. He wasn't using it and it would do me good. I didn't think much of it, just took it as a favor. I packed some supplies, dry food, gas stove, lanterns, a good sleeping bag, a rifle, and headed out in my old Toyota Tacoma. The drive was smooth for the most part, but the last few miles past Johnson Canyon Road were rough. Dirt and gravel, barely wide enough for a single vehicle, lined with junipers and bare rock. I followed the rough directions Kyle had given me until I saw the rusted sign nailed into a pine tree. McKay, that was his uncle's name. The cabin was smaller than I expected. Looked like it had been patched up a dozen different times with different wood, some of it darker, some weather-worn gray. The roof had a slight lean. One window had been boarded up, and the front porch had a busted rail. Still, it had charm in that lonely kind of way. There were no other houses, no nearby roads, not even any animal pens or broken-down vehicles. Just land. Quiet, cold land. You could hear your own blood moving in that silence. I parked off the side and walked in. Inside, it smelled like dry pine and old firewood. There was a wood stove in the corner, a cot with a rolled-up mattress, a few shelves, some old gear, fishing rods, pans, a rusted toolbox. I found a few bottles of propane and a cooler buried under a pile of old jackets. The place had been left like a shed someone used once in a while, but not often. That first night was quiet. I lit a lantern, made some canned soup on my portable stove, and unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot. The wood creaked in the wind. I could hear little things outside, brush moving, dry leaves cracking, but nothing that felt out of place. It was remote and I expected animals. Coyotes, maybe mule deer. I slept with my rifle beside me, just in case. Over the next couple days, I settled into a rhythm. Wake up early, go for a hike, cook, read, sleep. No phone service, just the mountains and dry air. I chopped some kindling and started using the stove at night. I found an old journal inside the shelf, probably Kyle's uncle's. Most of the pages were empty, but the first few had notes about hunting trips. Elk mostly, nothing strange. On the fourth day, I noticed something odd. It was late morning, and I'd gone for a walk east of the cabin, down a dry wash filled with pebbles and broken branches. About half a mile down, I found an old deer skull lying near a creosote bush. Nothing unusual except it had been placed upright, almost balanced, with the antlers pointing perfectly vertical. Not buried or stuck, just carefully placed like a trophy. I figured someone was messing around. Maybe kids, though I hadn't seen a soul since I got there. Later that night, just after the sun dropped, I was sitting near the stove reading when I heard something outside. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. Footsteps, heavy ones, crunching slowly over gravel and dry leaves, circling wide around the cabin. I stood up and turned off the lantern. The fire still glowed faintly, so I could just make out the room. I grabbed the rifle and stepped slowly to the window. I couldn't see anything in the dark, but I kept listening. The footsteps stopped after a while, just ended. No fading off into the distance, just gone. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I found tracks in the dirt near the porch. They weren't boots or shoes. They weren't even really bare feet. They were wrong, narrower than a person's, with long indentations like toes, but too long. And the stride was wide, like someone had been walking slowly but deliberately. One of the tracks had sunk deep into the soft patch by the side of the cabin, and I could see the impression clearly. It looked like a person had bent their foot in half and walked on the front of it. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe some kind of animal, maybe an odd print from a bear stepping twice. But deep down, I didn't believe it. I'd been in the woods enough to know animal prints. This wasn't that. That day, I thought about leaving. I even loaded up my backpack and got in the truck. But I sat there for a while, engine idling, staring out at the trees. I told myself I was just rattled, that maybe the tracks were old, that staying scared was worse than whatever had made them. So I killed the engine and went back inside. The next few nights got worse. Each evening, I heard the same thing. Footsteps in the brush, slow and careful, never rushing, never running, just pacing, like something was circling the cabin and waiting. Sometimes it would stop for minutes at a time, and I'd sit inside with the lantern off, holding the rifle, waiting for it to start again. Once, I heard what sounded like a low breathing sound right outside the wall near the cot. Not an animal breath, but deeper, too slow to be natural. On the sixth night, something knocked. It was after midnight, cold. The stove had burned down to coals. I was lying in the cot, eyes closed, not sleeping, when something knocked twice on the wooden wall beside the window. Not the door, the wall. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal brushing past. It was a deliberate, heavy knock. I sat up, heart racing. The knock came again, lower, slower. Then it stopped. I stayed frozen for hours. I didn't move, didn't sleep. Just watched the window until morning. The first light, I went outside. The air was dead still. There were no new tracks. Nothing on the walls. Nothing broken. I walked the full perimeter of the cabin with the rifle raised, but I saw nothing. Still, I knew something had been there. That afternoon, I hiked back toward where I'd seen the deer skull. It was gone. In its place was something worse. A pile of small bones. Rib bones, finger length, maybe from a rabbit or something, stacked like a pyramid, each one sharpened at the tip like they'd been scraped against stone. No sign of scavenging, just arranged there like an offering. I walked back faster than I ever had before. I decided I would leave the next morning. I couldn't take it anymore. Whatever was out there wasn't afraid of me, and it wasn't trying to break in. It was playing with me, watching me. I packed everything, set the stove cold, and cleaned the place out. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner with my back to the wall, rifle loaded, lantern turned off. At around 2 a.m., it came again. I didn't hear it at first. I felt it, the sense that someone was standing just outside the front door. Then I heard the floorboards on the porch creak. Slow, deliberate. It didn't knock this time. It scraped. Something dragged across the door, top to bottom. Then silence. Then again. A low scraping sound like claws or fingers. It went on for minutes. I kept the rifle up, aimed at the door, not breathing. Then it stepped off the porch. But it didn't walk away. Climbed. The boards above me creaked. Something was on the roof. I moved to the other corner, staring at the ceiling. The sounds were careful, like whatever it was didn't want to fall through, but wanted me to know it was there. Then silence. I waited. Nothing. I stayed frozen until the sun came up. The roof was empty.
No prints.
No damage. But something had been up there. I could feel it. I didn't wait another minute. I threw everything in the truck, locked the cabin even though I knew it didn't matter, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, and even then I kept driving until I got back into Kanab. I got a room, showered, and passed out for nearly 20 hours. When I told Kyle about it months later, just in vague terms, Strange sounds, something moving around the cabin. He looked uncomfortable. Said his uncle used to say things like that the land out there was old and weird, and locals didn't like to camp near the basin after dark. He didn't press for more, and I didn't offer it. I never went back. I looked into it a bit years later. Not online, but through a guy I met at a gun show who had worked in wildlife management in southern Utah. When I mentioned the tracks, the pacing, the knocking, he just stared. Didn't laugh. Didn't act surprised. Just asked one question. Was it trying to come in? I told him no. It wasn't trying to break in. It never does, he said. Not until you invite it. I don't know what it was. A person, maybe living off-grid and unwell. Someone broken and hiding out in those hills. Or maybe it was something else. Something wearing skin that wasn't quite human. Something that waited and watched. But whatever it was, I know I was lucky, because I never opened the door, and I never stayed past a week. It had been years since I'd last gone on a solo trip to the cabin. My uncle's place, a small, weathered building nestled deep in the woods of northern Wisconsin. The air was crisp, and the silence of the forest was almost deafening. This wasn't like the cozy cabin you'd find on vacation brochures. It was rough, simple, and isolated. The kind of place where the outside world couldn't reach you, and in my case, that was exactly what I needed. I was 32, a few months shy of turning 33, and I was burned out. Work had drained me, the constant noise, the deadlines, the pressure. Everything had started to feel suffocating. The cabin had always been a place to reset, a sanctuary where I could breathe and be away from the chaos. I hadn't been back in over 5 years, but I figured it was time. The drive up was long and tedious. I had to leave my phone behind for the most part, no signal up there anyway, and just enjoy the solitude. The roads got narrower the further I went, until there was nothing but gravel and forest stretching out on either side of me. The trees grew taller, thicker, and darker as I moved deeper into the woods. It wasn't that I was afraid. It was more that there was an odd calmness about it, something unsettling about the stillness of nature at its most raw. By the time I finally reached the cabin, the sun was setting, casting long shadows over the dense tree line. I parked the old truck and unloaded my gear, carrying everything inside. The cabin was exactly as I remembered. The same dark wooden beams, the same faded red exterior, the small porch with a swing that had seen better days. It wasn't much, but it had everything I needed. A fireplace, a small kitchen, a couple of bedrooms, and a weathered couch. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I moved inside, and the smell of musty wood and pine filled my nose. I lit a fire in the hearth, and as the flames crackled, I settled into the couch with a blanket, feeling the warmth spread through the cabin. For a while, I just let myself relax, listening to the wind outside. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. As I stared into the fire, I couldn't help but feel like something wasn't quite right, though I couldn't place why. It had been the same cabin all these years, yet there was a certain heaviness in the air that hadn't been there before. Night fully set in, and I could hear the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant calls of night creatures, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. It was beautiful in its own way, but the longer I sat in the dim light of the fire, the more I felt like I was being watched. I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the isolation playing tricks on my mind. It had been a while since I had been truly alone like this. Still, I couldn't ignore the unease that crept into my bones. The wind had picked up, howling outside, making the trees sway and creak. I made myself a simple dinner, pasta with canned sauce, and ate by the fire. The crackling wood and the distant sounds of nature were the only things keeping me company. After dinner, I did the usual, cleaned up, set some more wood by the fire, and went to bed. That's when things started to get weird. I had just turned off the light and was about to drift off when I heard something outside. Something distinct. A slow, deliberate tapping on the window. It was too rhythmic to be just the wind. My heart skipped a beat. I sat up, listening. The tap came again, and then another, quieter this time. It wasn't just the wind or the trees. I grabbed a flashlight from the nightstand and crept to the window. Peering out into the blackness, I saw nothing but the sway of branches in the wind and the faint glow of the moon. There was no one out there. I convinced myself it was an animal, maybe a branch brushing against the window, and I tried to go back to sleep. But the tapping persisted. It was driving me insane, each tap sending a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I threw on a jacket, grabbed the flashlight, and went outside. The cold air hit me as soon as I stepped out onto the porch. I shone the beam of the flashlight around the area, but there was nothing, just the dark, empty woods. I checked the windows, the porch, the surrounding trees. Nothing. The forest stood still, silent. I stood there for a few minutes, scanning the darkness, feeling a strange sensation creep up my spine. I wasn't afraid, not exactly, but there was something deeply unsettling about the stillness. Something felt off. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles away from the nearest neighbor, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. After a while, I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I tried to ignore the strange feeling gnawing at the back of my mind. I had come here to escape, not to get worked up over something that could easily be explained. But the taps didn't stop. They continued throughout the night, each one a rhythmic echo that seemed to grow louder, more insistent. It was as if whatever or whoever was out there wanted me to hear it. Around 3 in the morning, I finally gave in. I grabbed my rifle from the closet and stepped outside once again, determined to put an end to it. The moonlight was brighter now, casting long shadows on the ground as I made my way into the woods. The air was thick with cold, and every step I took seemed to echo unnervingly loud in the silence. I kept walking, the beam of my flashlight bouncing off trees, rocks, and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. Every now and then, I'd hear a snap, and I'd freeze, listening intently. But nothing, just the eerie stillness. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I couldn't shake the impression that something was just out of sight, something moving in the dark, waiting. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it. A figure, tall, thin, and standing still in the distance, barely visible against the dark backdrop of trees. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The figure didn't move. It was just there, watching me. I raised the rifle, my finger on the trigger, but I didn't fire. Something held me back. Something told me to wait, to watch. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a slow step forward, the beam of my flashlight illuminating the figure. The person didn't move. They just stood there, motionless, in the same position. It wasn't until I was about 20 feet away that I saw the details. The ragged clothing, the dark, wild hair, the pale skin. There was something deeply unsettling about them, something unnatural. Then, just as I was about to call out, the figure turned and disappeared into the woods. Fast. Too fast for someone to move like that without making a sound. I stood frozen in place, the air thick with tension. I had no idea who or what that had been, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in those woods. I didn't hesitate for another second. I turned and sprinted back toward the cabin, my pulse racing, the rifle clutched tightly in my hands. When I reached the cabin, I slammed the door shut, bolted it, and checked every window, every lock. The tapping had stopped, but the dread still hung in the air, thick and suffocating. That night, I stayed awake, eyes darting toward every noise, every creak, every movement in the trees. I wasn't going to sleep, not after what I'd seen. The next morning, I left. I packed up my things, didn't even bother with breakfast, and drove off without a second thought. I didn't want to be there any longer. I still don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was just a person, some hermit living deep in the woods, but something about it didn't feel right. Maybe I'll never know. But I do know one thing. I'll never return to that cabin. Not after what happened. I never heard from my uncle again after that. The cabin was abandoned, untouched, and for all I know, it's still out there, waiting, hidden in the woods. But I won't be going back to find out. The first time I ever stepped foot in the cabin, I could feel something about it was off. I had always been a hunter, spending most of my life in the woods. My family had owned land in the northern part of Maine for decades, a stretch of forest that felt endless. But this cabin, built by my great-grandfather, had always been one of those places we'd avoid. It wasn't out of superstition. My family wasn't the type for that, but there was something about it, a heaviness in the air that you could feel the moment you got close. It was as if the land around it had a different kind of pulse. Maybe it was the isolation or the fact that it had sat and used for years. But it didn't matter. It was mine now. My grandfather had left it to me, and I had to make use of it. It was late October when I made the trip, the weather just beginning to turn cold. The trees were on the edge of shedding their leaves, casting shades of orange, brown, and yellow against the clear sky. The road leading to the cabin was barely passable. I'd been told about it, but I'd never really paid attention. All the old stories about the cabin, how it was built too far from town, how it was tucked into the thickest part of the woods, had faded from my memory over the years. I brought a pack of supplies, a rifle, some tools, a cooler with food, and a sleeping bag. I didn't need much. I didn't plan to stay long, a weekend hunting trip. But as I pulled the truck up to the front, the cabin stood there, gray and old, just like I remembered. The shingles were curling at the edges, the wood weathered and dark. It was smaller than I thought it would be, just a single-story building with a porch that sagged in the middle. The door was locked when I tried it, and I had to dig through a box in the back of the truck to find the spare key hidden underneath a loose stone near the foundation. The inside smelled like dust and old wood. I opened the windows to air it out, and the sound of the wind rushing through the trees around the cabin was strangely soothing. I set to work unloading the truck. Fire would be a good idea, something to warm the place up. I spent the next few hours chopping wood from a nearby pile that had been stacked long ago, and the coldness in the air seemed to bite at my fingers. The fire didn't help much. It crackled, sure, but the chill stayed in the air, an undercurrent of something unsettling that lingered even when the flames roared. Night fell quickly, and the darkness of the woods seemed to expand as the sun dropped below the horizon. I was alone. No phone signal. No one for miles. A perfect hunting retreat if you were into that kind of solitude. I ate a quick dinner, but my stomach churned in a way it never had before. Maybe it was the isolation. The air felt thin. Something about being this far into the woods made me uneasy, even though I'd spent countless nights hunting in the wilderness. This was different. The wind howled outside. The old windows creaked with every gust. I sat by the fire, watching the flames dance, trying to ignore the nagging feeling that kept pulling at the back of my mind. Every few minutes, I would glance at the door, at the dark windows beyond it. The feeling of being watched, of something waiting outside, grew stronger. I tried to shake it off. It was just my nerves. The woods can do that to a person. You get deep enough in and your mind starts playing tricks. But no matter how many times I tried to convince myself, it didn't change the fact that something wasn't right. The air inside the cabin felt heavy, and the longer I sat there, the more uncomfortable I became. Around midnight, I decided to call it a night. I snuffed out the fire and crawled into my sleeping bag, but sleep didn't come easily. Every small creak, every shift of the cabin made my heart race. The wind moaned through the trees, and I swore I could hear footsteps outside, faint and uneven. I told myself it was just the wind, just the settling of the old building. But it was more than that. It felt like something was just outside the window, waiting. I tried to ignore it, turning on my side, pulling the covers tighter around me. Then I heard it, a low thump against the cabin wall, soft but distinct. My body went rigid, my heart hammering in my chest. The noise came again, followed by another. Slowly, I crept out of the sleeping bag and reached for my rifle, which was leaned against the wall next to the door. My breath came in shallow bursts, my hands trembling as I loaded a round into the chamber. I moved cautiously toward the window, trying to get a look at whatever might be out there. The moonlight illuminated the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I could barely make out the shape of the trees swaying, but nothing was there, nothing visible anyway. I felt a slight relief, but it was short-lived. The thumping came again, this time louder, closer. I spun around, rifle raised, and scanned the cabin's interior, but it was empty. The sound of something scraping against the outside wall made my blood run cold. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. A wild animal? I'd heard of bears coming close to cabins before, but this didn't feel like that. This was something else. I decided I had to check. Grabbing my flashlight, I moved toward the door. The thumping was getting more frequent now, and the scraping was joined by an almost rhythmic tapping. I hesitated for a moment, then pulled open the door. The night air hit me like a wave of ice. The forest around me was so silent it almost felt suffocating. There, just beyond the threshold of the cabin, I saw it. A shape. It was a man, hunched down low to the ground, barely visible in the moonlight, his face obscured by shadows. He was tapping something, stone against stone, on the ground in front of him. His movements were slow, deliberate, like he was trying to make as little noise as possible. Couldn't breathe. I stayed frozen in place, rifle still aimed in his direction, my finger twitching on the trigger. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. The man never looked up. He just kept tapping. I don't know how long we stood there, both of us frozen, neither of us moving. Finally, my hand dropped from the rifle, and the weight of the situation hit me. There was no way I was dealing with whatever this man was doing alone. I took a step forward, but that was all it took. The man bolted. He ran, disappearing into the woods faster than any person should be able to move. I stood there, stunned, my mind racing. Who was he? What was he doing here? But the questions didn't matter. The terror did. Whatever he was, I wasn't gonna stick around to find out. I grabbed my gear, my rifle still in my hand, and rushed back to my truck. I didn't even look back. It felt like hours until I made it back to town. I didn't stop once. The whole drive, I kept thinking about what I'd seen, what I hadn't seen, and what I didn't want to know. I never went back to the cabin. The land was sold off shortly after, and I never got the answers I was looking for. Maybe that was for the best. Sometimes it's better not to know. The woods are full of secrets, some of which should stay hidden. It was late October, just outside of Flagstaff, Arizona. The trees had already started to thin out, and the nights dipped low enough to leave frost on windshields by morning. I was 44 that year. I worked maintenance for a regional trucking outfit, but I had taken the week off to get out of the city and clear my head. Not from work, from everything else. I'd been divorced almost 6 years by then. Her name was Hannah, and she'd kept the cabin after the split. We had bought it back in 2009, near a town called Belmont. just a little speck off I-40 where the road turns narrow and everything goes quiet. The cabin sat up a bit from the road, tucked back behind a split row of tall pine and spruce. You wouldn't see it unless you knew where to look. I hadn't seen it since I packed up the last of my stuff and pulled away one morning without saying anything. I didn't need to. There was nothing left worth saying. And yet it followed me. Even after all these years, the image of that place came up more than I wanted. I'd always told myself I didn't care what she did with it. Whether she sold it, let it rot, burned it to the ground. But something had crawled into the back of my mind that October. Maybe it was the way I'd been sleeping, up and down all night, tired in the morning but wired at midnight. Maybe it was the fact I'd finally stopped seeing someone for the first time in almost a year and I had no distractions left. Maybe it was just time. Either way, I took my old Tacoma and headed north out of Phoenix. I packed 2 thermoses of coffee, some dried food, and a sleeping bag I hadn't used in over a decade. I wasn't planning to stay, but I told myself I might camp somewhere if the mood struck. By the time I hit Flagstaff, it was around 4:30 in the afternoon. The sun dipped lower than I liked, so I took the exit early, near a one-mountain road, and wound my way toward the cabin. I passed by places I hadn't seen in over half a decade. The old sawmill, that rusted-out gas station that never got updated, just faded like an old photo. Even the air smelled different up there, with smoke, brittle leaves, cold pine. I could feel the pressure in my chest build as I got closer. My hands tensed around the wheel, knuckles white. When I finally saw the turnoff, it was like someone had opened a trapdoor beneath my stomach. I recognized it immediately, that narrow strip of dirt and gravel, that one tall, forked pine at the edge of the bend. Even the dented mailbox was still there. No name on it anymore, but I remembered the squeak it made when you pulled it open. I didn't even know why I was slowing down. I hadn't planned on stopping, but my foot was easing off the gas, and I was turning in before I could argue with myself. The Tacoma rolled up the old path like it had never left. My tires crunched over dead needles and damp soil, and when the trees parted slightly, I saw it. The cabin. It hadn't changed much. A little more sag in the roof. A few missing shingles. The chimney leaned now just a hair to the left, but the porch steps were still intact, and the window over the kitchen sink still had that bent frame I never got around to fixing. The truck idled for a few moments while I sat staring. I hadn't expected this much to still be here. I thought she would have sold it, or maybe someone else would have taken it over. But it looked forgotten. Not ruined, not abandoned, just untouched. I shut the truck off and listened. Nothing but wind. Not a single car, no birds, no dogs barking. Just cold wind through dry trees and the sound of my own breath. I got out and walked slowly toward the porch. The steps creaked under my weight, just like they used to. I don't know what I was looking for. Maybe I wanted to see if anything was left behind. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that none of it mattered anymore. I cupped my hands against the dusty glass and looked in through the front window. Inside was dark but not empty. The furniture was still there. The same couch. The old bookcase I'd made out of pine planks. There was even a pair of boots by the door. Not mine, not hers, just someone's. I stood back, heart knocking a little harder in my chest. I told myself it didn't mean anything. Maybe she'd rented it out. Maybe someone left their stuff and never came back. I should have walked away right then. Should have turned around, gotten back in the truck, and driven until I didn't feel it anymore. But I didn't. I went around the back. The back door had always been a little loose, even with the new lock I'd installed before the divorce. It still stuck on the frame, and when I pushed it, I felt the same catch snap pop I remembered. It opened. The air inside was cold, stale. It smelled like old fabric, dry wood, and something slightly metallic. I stepped in. The floor creaked, but nothing else moved. I kept my hands low, my steps quiet, even though I didn't know why. There wasn't supposed to be anyone here. The kitchen looked untouched. Same scuffed counters, same dented sink. There were a couple of mugs in the drying rack, turned upside down. A few unopened cans of soup on the counter. One had dust thick enough to leave a print. Someone had been here, but not recently. I moved down the hallway, heart rattling now. I peeked into the bedroom, our old room. The bed was stripped. No sheets. Just a bare mattress with a sag in the middle. The closet was open. Inside, a single denim jacket on a rusted hanger. On the floor, a black garbage bag. It looked like it had been rummaged through. Clothes, papers, a flashlight, all mixed. That's when I noticed something else. The hatch in the floor, the old crawlspace panel I installed myself, it was open. I hadn't thought about that space in years. We used it for storm gear, camping stuff, nothing valuable. I never even finished the walls down there. Just a dirt pit with a few boards stacked along the side. But the hatch was open, and I could see the edge of a rope. Not coiled, taut. I crouched and looked closer. The rope ran down into the dark like it was holding something or pulling something up. I reached in with my phone, turned on the flashlight, and aimed it down the hole. There was something hanging. Not a person, not an animal. A bundle of what looked like fabric held in place by the rope. Wrapped tightly, bulging slightly. It had weight to it, pulling the rope straight and still. I couldn't see what was inside. I didn't want to. My breathing changed. I stood up too fast and had to steady myself on the wall. This was wrong. All of it. I backed out of the hallway, stepped over the door frame, and made it back to the kitchen. I froze when I saw the front door. It was closed. I hadn't closed it. My truck keys were in my pocket, and I kept my hand around them as I turned and walked quickly out the back door, trying not to break into a run. The wind was picking up. Clouds had rolled in without me noticing, and the temperature dropped even more. I made it to the truck, unlocked it, climbed in, and locked the doors immediately. I didn't start it. I just sat there, staring at the cabin, watching, waiting. Nothing happened. I told myself I was overthinking. Maybe the door blew shut. Maybe someone else had been using the place, and that bundle in the crawl space was just supplies or gear or something I couldn't explain but didn't have to understand. But the way everything felt, the stillness, the cold, the way the house seemed to press in around itself, it didn't feel right. Felt watched. I finally started the truck. The engine roared louder than I remembered. I backed down the drive, turned too sharp on the gravel, and nearly slid into the ditch. I didn't care. I kept going until the trees disappeared behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I drove straight back to Phoenix, got in just after 1:30 a.m., and sat in the parking lot of my apartment complex until the sun came up. I kept thinking about that bag, about the rope, about the boots by the door. I didn't call the cops. I didn't tell anyone. I figured it wasn't my place anymore. It hadn't been for years. But about a week later, I saw something online. A post on a local community board. Someone talking about a hiker who'd gone missing near Belmont. Said he was last seen about 3 miles west of where our cabin was. The post had pictures. One of them showed a man wearing the same kind of boots I saw by the door. It's been almost a year since then. I still haven't gone back. I still don't sleep well. Sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see that bundle hanging in the crawl space. I see the way the rope pulled tight, like whatever was inside had weight, had mass, had been there long enough to settle. I think about calling someone, but I never do, because maybe the worst part isn't what I saw in that crawl space. It's what I didn't see anywhere else. No truck. No clothes in the bedroom. No food in the fridge. No footprints in the dust. Nothing at all to show that Hannah had been there in years. And I still don't know where she went. It was early October 2022. when I finally decided to go back to the old cabin. I hadn't been there in almost a decade, not since Dad passed. Life had moved on quickly after that. I got married, had a daughter, worked long hours at a construction company in northern Idaho, and found a way to bury that place in the back of my mind. But something about that fall pulled at me, maybe just the need to get away from the constant noise of town, or maybe the thought that I should sell it finally. It was still in my name. The cabin was deep in the woods, a couple hours out from Bonner's Ferry. It sat on the edge of a neglected property Dad had bought back in the early 90s, before I was even out of high school. It wasn't a pretty place, just a squat, weathered thing with dark pine boards and a half-collapsed porch, but it had history. Dad built it by hand, spent summers out there hunting, fixing things, and drinking himself into solitude after Mom died. I took off from town on a Friday morning. My wife, Laura, didn't love the idea of me going alone, but I promised to check in. I packed light tools, some food, bottled water, and my old 9mm. Not because I expected anything, just habit. The forest out there wasn't empty, cougars, bears, whatever, but I'd been raised in that part of the country. I could handle myself. The gravel road leading up to the cabin had nearly vanished. Grass and young trees pushed up through it like fingers trying to claw the land back. My pickup barely squeezed through. It was slow going, but finally I saw the familiar shape of the cabin through the trees. Tilted a little more than I remembered, more moss on the roof, but still standing. I parked off to the side, left the engine running a minute just to listen. Nothing but the breeze. I stepped out. The air smelled like pine and cold dirt. A silence hung in the clearing, the kind that feels thick in your chest.
No birds, no squirrels.
Just a dead stillness that pressed down like a weight. Still, I figured it was just the weather. That time of year, animals went quiet. I unlocked the front door. The key was still in the same place, rusted but functional. The door groaned as it opened, and the smell hit me right away. Mold, old wood, something sour and wet. Not strange, considering how long it had been shut. I stepped inside. Everything was exactly as we'd left it. Dad's busted recliner, a wood stove filled with ash, the warped bookshelf I built him one summer. Dust blanketed every surface. Mice had chewed through some couch cushions. A bird's nest sat in the corner by the broken window. It was like walking into a time capsule. I spent that first day cleaning. Opened windows, swept the floors, cleared the gutters. Found a raccoon skeleton under the sink. I burned it out back. The air slowly started to clear inside, but that sour smell didn't leave. I chalked it up to rot in the floorboards or mold in the walls. That night, I stayed in the truck. Something about sleeping inside felt wrong. Not scary exactly, just off. I'd brought a sleeping bag and foam pad. Around midnight, I woke up shivering. The temperature had dropped more than I expected. I turned the engine on for heat, and that's when I saw it, just a flicker of movement in the cabin window. I froze, staring. Nothing moved again. I chalked it up to shadows, reflections. I was half asleep, groggy, probably dreaming. But I pulled the gun from the glove box anyway and kept it close the rest of the night. The next morning, I went back inside to finish the work. That smell was worse, sharper now. It didn't seem like rot. It was heavier, clinging to my nose and throat. I followed it from room to room. It was strongest in the back bedroom, the one Dad always kept locked. I hadn't remembered it being locked when we left. I found the old key, same drawer it always was, and opened it up. The smell exploded out like a wave. I staggered back, gagging. The room was dark, curtains drawn tight. I forced myself in, breathing through my shirt. The walls were stained with streaks, something dark and dried. The floor sagged near the far wall, boards warped upward. That's when I saw the stains. They weren't just water. Something else had soaked through. Old, reddish brown, with outlines of something dragged. My gut dropped. I pulled my flashlight and followed the trail to the closet. The door was off its hinges, leaning. Behind it, stacked boxes and a rolled-up rug blocked the back wall. I moved the boxes slowly. They were heavy, some full of tools, others of old clothes. The rug was brittle with age. When I unrolled it, I stopped breathing. There was a body. At first, I didn't believe it. My brain wouldn't let me. It was half mummified, curled up tight like it had been forced in. Skin shriveled, clothing stuck to bone. The face was turned toward the wall, jaw locked in an open gape. Hair clung to the skull in greasy strands. The arms were bent at unnatural angles, elbows broken to make the corpse fit. My knees gave out. I sat there for a long time. My mind went blank. I couldn't move. Eventually, I got up and stumbled outside. I threw up near the woodpile. The air felt different now, heavier. I thought about calling the police, but I hesitated. There were questions I couldn't answer: how long it had been there, who it was, why Dad never mentioned it. He died in 2013. If the body was there before that, it meant he knew. Maybe even worse. I sat on the porch until the sun started to dip. Finally, I went back inside and made myself look again. There wasn't any ID. The clothes were men's: jeans, flannel, boots half rotted. I couldn't guess an age. The smell said it had been there a long time, but the way it was wrapped up made me wonder if someone had tried to hide it fast. I found plastic sheeting under the rug, tucked around the edges. Whoever did this didn't want it found. That much was clear. They didn't expect someone to come back. I searched the rest of the house like I was seeing it for the first time. Every creak felt suspicious now. Every shadow hinted at a story I'd missed. In the crawl space, I found more signs. A box of Polaroids, water damaged and stuck together. Most were of the forest. A few were of animals, skinned, but two were of people. One showed a man I didn't recognize, sitting in the same recliner Dad always used. The other showed that man again, but in a sleeping bag. His eyes were closed. He looked peaceful. I didn't know what to do. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the porch with the gun in my lap and the door open behind me, waiting for some kind of answer. Nothing came, only the wind. The next morning, I drove into town. I didn't tell Laura anything. I just said I had to check on something. I drove straight to the sheriff's office. The report took hours. They asked everything: when I last visited, when Dad died, what I found. They sent a team out to the cabin. I didn't go with them. 2 days later, they confirmed it. Human remains. They estimated the death to be between 2009 and 2012. No obvious ID yet, but they were working on DNA. The sheriff sat me down a week later. He told me quietly that the man might have been a missing hitchhiker. There was a case from 2010. A guy named Randall Shaw, early 30s, seen last around the area. Picked up by an older man in a brown Ford truck. No one saw him after that. The truck description matched one my dad used to drive. I felt cold all over. They asked if I knew anything. I didn't. I told them the truth. Dad never said a word. They kept the property sealed for a while. I let them. In November, I got a letter from the sheriff. They had confirmed the identity. It was Randall. His family had been searching for over a decade. They wanted closure. I sat in my truck holding that letter for a long time. After the case closed, I sold the cabin. Cheap. I didn't care what it brought. I didn't tell Laura everything. I said there was a body, sure, but not who it was. Not what I found in that crawl space. I didn't want her to look at me like that, like I had been raised by someone who could do something like that. But sometimes I wonder, why the photos? Why the care taken to wrap the body up and hide it so well? Why the look on Randall's face in that picture? Like he was asleep, not murdered. I wonder what else I don't know about my father. But I never want to go back to that cabin again. Not now. Not ever. I was 39 when I decided to take a break from everything and go up to the woods outside Fallon, Nevada. It was October 2014, and I had been working construction jobs in Reno for over a decade, mostly residential remodels and framing. Same cycle, different year, building things for other people, moving from job to job, then going home to a rented place I didn't even care about. I had no family left in the state and nothing tying me down. A buddy I used to work with had inherited a bit of land up near Fallon, close to a dried-up creek just a few miles past the outskirts of town. He let me camp out there one weekend when I told him I was thinking about building something small for myself. Nothing fancy, just a 12 by 16 cabin, somewhere to disappear when I needed it. I had saved up enough cash, and he agreed to let me use a quarter-acre of his land for a few years as long as I didn't mess with the tree line too much or build anything permanent like plumbing or concrete footers. So I prepped the materials in town over the course of a few weeks, making runs to Home Depot, scavenging some leftover OSB and treated 2x6S from old job sites, and loading it all onto a flatbed trailer I borrowed from a guy I knew in Sparks. I kept it simple. I had my battery tools, a small generator, a bunch of extension cords, a gas can, and a covered trailer full of lumber, screws, nails, and sheeting. I even picked up a propane heater and a cot for when the walls were up. I wasn't planning on electricity or water, just a shell to sleep in when I needed to get away. I drove out to the spot on a Thursday morning just before a forecasted cold front. It was still dry when I arrived. The sky was overcast, but the air was dead quiet. I parked the truck under a patch of cottonwoods, unloaded the gear, and spent most of that first day laying out the base. I had dug out the foundation holes by hand weeks before with a post-hole digger and poured crushed gravel to set cinder block piers. Everything was off-grid and temporary. No one was going to check permits out there, and I kept it tidy enough not to bother anyone. By Friday evening, the floor deck was in place. I had framed out the base with pressure-treated 2x6S and laid 3/4-inch plywood across the top. I worked until the sun dipped behind the ridge and then ate a cold sandwich, drank some water, and crawled into my tent to rest. The temperature had dropped fast. I remember the air felt sharp on my face, and the silence out there had a kind of weight to it. That night, the wind picked up around midnight. I woke up to the sound of branches shifting and a soft patter of rain starting to hit the nylon of my tent. The storm had arrived earlier than I expected. I checked my watch. It was around 1:15 a.m. I pulled the sleeping bag tighter and tried to sleep, but the wind kept slapping the side of the tent, and something about the rhythm of the rain hitting the canvas just kept me alert. By dawn, the rain had turned into a steady cold drizzle. I pulled on my hoodie, stepped out, and checked the site. The ground had already gone soft, especially near the trailer tires. The air smelled like wet bark and damp earth. I made some instant coffee with my little camp stove and stood under the tarp I had rigged up over the edge of the trailer, watching water drip from the corners. I figured I had about 12 hours before the heavier rain came, so I got to work. I framed the walls one at a time, nothing fancy, just standard 2x4 stud walls at 16-inch centers. I got the back wall up first, braced it, then moved to the sides. By early afternoon, I had all 4 walls standing, though I hadn't tied in the ceiling joists yet. I was working fast, trying to beat the storm. The wind had shifted directions, and it was starting to push harder against the wall frames. A few gusts made the structure groan a bit, but I had used enough screws to keep things from shifting much. I stopped around 4 to eat something, checked the weather radar on my phone. It barely had a signal, but it loaded just enough. The system was bigger than they predicted. A cold front was sweeping through, and the next 12 hours were going to be rough. The wind had already picked up to 25 miles per hour, and the rain was steady, pushing sideways through the trees. I thought about calling it a night early, but I knew if I left the cabin without a roof, it'd get wrecked. So I decided to stay out and finish framing the roof under my work lights. I ran the generator, pulled the battery saws, and started cutting the rafters. I didn't need anything complex, just a basic 412 pitch with a ridge board and 16-inch spacing. By 7:30, I had half the rafters in place and was about to climb the ladder to start sheathing when I heard something strange off to the left, just beyond the edge of the clearing. It sounded like metal scraping. At first, I figured it might have been the trailer shifting on the wet ground, but when I checked, it hadn't moved. I turned off the saw and stood still. The rain made it hard to hear anything clearly, but I could pick up the sound of twigs cracking, like someone or something was walking through the woods just beyond the tree line. I grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but all I could see was a curtain of wet branches and rain mist. I stood there a bit longer, then went back to work. I figured it was probably a deer or maybe even a feral dog. Still, I started to get that weird feeling you get when something just doesn't sit right. Like your instincts are trying to tell you something you can't explain. The wind kept howling as the night fell harder. I managed to get the rest of the rafters up and laid 2 sheets of OSB before the rain started blowing sideways. I had rigged a temporary tarp to keep the deck dry, but by then, everything was already soaked through. I decided to stop, packed up the tools, and moved everything I could under the tarp. I thought about sleeping in the tent again, but it was already sagging with water. I didn't like how exposed it felt, so I dragged my cot inside the unfinished cabin, set it in the corner under the back wall, and leaned a sheet of OSB over the top like a crude roof. It wasn't much, but it was dry enough. I wrapped myself in my jacket, turned off the work lights, and listened to the rain hammer the trees. That's when I heard the second sound. This one was closer, a low dragging sound, like something being pulled across wet leaves. I sat up and listened. It paused, then started again. Slow, steady, with irregular stops. Not animal-like, heavier, deliberate. It wasn't wind, and it wasn't random. I had a crowbar next to the cot. I pulled it close and held the flashlight in my lap. The sound stopped just outside the east wall, then nothing. I waited. Minutes passed. Rain fell harder. The wind howled, but the dragging was gone. I stayed up most of the night like that, half awake, flashlight in hand, listening. When the sun finally pushed through the clouds around 6 a.m., the rain slowed to a drizzle. I stepped out and checked the site. That's when I saw the tracks. Deep gouges in the wet ground, just beyond the cabin's edge, like something heavy had been dragged across the clearing. They came from the tree line and stopped right at the wall. I followed them around the side, and my stomach turned. There was a shovel in the dirt, my shovel, the one I kept near the post holes. It had been dragged halfway across the clearing and left face down. The handle had fresh gouges, like something had been scraping at it with metal. But I hadn't touched it since Wednesday, and I hadn't moved it. I looked around. Nothing else was disturbed.
No prints.
No sign of a person or an animal. Just the shovel and the marks in the dirt. The generator was off. I hadn't shut it down, it had fuel, but it was dead. The pull cord was ripped halfway out and frayed like someone had yanked it hard. I tried to start it, but it wouldn't even catch. That morning, I packed my gear in silence. I didn't finish the roof. I didn't touch the shovel. I just took what I could, left the rest under the tarp, and drove out. The rain started again as I reached the edge of Fallon. A few days later, I went back with another friend, one who carried a rifle. We finished the roof together, kept the generator locked up, and stayed in shifts. Nothing strange happened that time.
No noises, no dragging, no tracks.
But the shovel was still where I'd left it. I kept the cabin after that. Still have it now. But I never go there alone anymore. Not because I'm scared of ghosts or anything stupid like that. Just because sometimes, when you're out in the woods, you run into things that don't make sense. And when they don't make sense, you don't try to explain them. You just respect them. You build your walls a little thicker. You put the cot near the door. And you never leave your tools lying out overnight. That cabin stands tight and dry now, a solid little place tucked in the trees. I still visit when I need a break, usually with someone else. It's peaceful most of the time, but sometimes, on cold rainy nights, I still think about that dragging sound in the dark, and I always wonder who or what decided to visit before the roof was on. The rain had been relentless. It hammered the roof of the cabin, the sound constant, almost like a second heartbeat. Every few minutes, a gust of wind would push the rain sideways, slapping against the windows with an eerie rhythm. The woods outside were completely invisible, swallowed by the storm. I had rented this cabin for a weekend getaway, hoping for some peace and quiet, away from the noise of city life. It wasn't an unusual choice, given the job I had. A quiet spot in the mountains, far enough from anyone to feel like I was truly alone. I wasn't exactly alone, though. My dog, Buddy, a large, shaggy golden retriever, was with me. He was my constant companion, always by my side. We'd been through a lot together. He was more than just a pet. He was my closest friend. We'd arrived earlier that afternoon, just as the first drops of rain began to fall. The cabin was small but cozy. One room with a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, a bathroom, and a loft bedroom. The owner, an elderly man, had given me the keys and left me with a few warnings about bears and coyotes in the area. He mentioned something about a strange feeling people sometimes got in the woods, but I brushed it off. The weather was turning bad, and I had no plans to venture out anyway. Buddy and I settled in quickly. I made a fire, and he curled up by the hearth, his tail flicking lazily. The cabin felt warm and safe, a welcome change from the cold, wet world outside. But as the evening wore on, the sound of the storm became more oppressive. I tried to ignore it, but it felt as though the storm had its own presence, something beyond the weather. As the night deepened, I sat in a chair by the fire, sipping coffee, the flickering flames casting long shadows on the walls. Buddy had been strangely quiet, though he'd been fine earlier. He was alert now, his ears perked, his eyes fixed on the window. I didn't think much of it at first. Dogs can be strange that way, noticing things we can't. But then I heard something too. A soft scraping sound, just outside the cabin. It wasn't the wind, this was something different. It was rhythmic, deliberate. I froze, listening intently. Buddy's head whipped around to look at me, his low growl rumbling in his throat. His fur stood on end, and I could see his teeth just slightly exposed. I stood slowly, not wanting to alarm him further. The scraping sound came again, louder now, as if someone or something was dragging something heavy along the ground. My heart started to race. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a tree branch or a piece of debris being pushed by the wind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The sound stopped, and there was nothing but silence for a moment. Then, just as I was starting to convince myself it was nothing, a loud thud echoed from the side of the cabin. It was followed by a quick, sharp scraping again, this time right against the wall. I jumped back, knocking my chair over in the process. Buddy was up, his hackles fully raised now, barking urgently. His fur was bristling, and I could hear his claws clicking against the wood floor as he paced back and forth. I grabbed my flashlight from the table and moved cautiously toward the door. My mind raced through possibilities. An animal, a trespasser, maybe even the elderly man who had given me the keys. But the scraping sound had sounded deliberate. It wasn't the random shuffle of a wild animal. Buddy stopped barking suddenly, his head cocking to the side as if listening. He darted toward the door, whining lowly. I held the flashlight tight in my hand, my heart pounding. The storm outside was deafening, and every second felt stretched thin, as though time itself had slowed. I cracked the door open a fraction, peering out into the storm. The flashlight beam cut through the rain, but there was nothing out there. The trees swayed, the wind howling through them, but no one was visible. No footprints, no sign of movement. I was just about to close the door when Buddy suddenly lunged forward, barking furiously. I pulled him back quickly, but he was determined. His eyes were wide, his body tense with fear. He wouldn't stop barking now, not for anything. I slammed the door shut, locking it quickly, and backed away from it, my mind racing. Something was out there, something that had made Buddy react like that. The storm raged on outside, but inside, everything was eerily quiet again. Buddy continued to pace, his eyes darting to the windows, his body tense. I tried to calm him down, but I could feel it too. The oppressive weight of something being wrong. Something was watching us. I decided to check the cabin once more, moving cautiously from room to room. Everything seemed normal, but the feeling in the air was thick, heavy with an unspoken dread. I checked the windows, making sure they were locked tight, and turned on the porch light to see if that would help. Didn't. Hours passed, and the storm showed no signs of letting up. Buddy was still uneasy, but as the night wore on, he calmed down slightly, curling up beside the fire again. I sat in my chair, watching the flickering flames, trying to shake the feeling of being watched. I couldn't explain it, but the sense of unease was getting stronger. Something wasn't right. Around 2 a.m., I woke with a start. It was the silence that woke me, unnatural and heavy. I glanced around the cabin. Buddy was no longer by the fire. I stood quickly, my heart pounding in my chest. The only sound now was the steady tapping of the rain against the window. I called out softly for Buddy, but there was no response. Panic began to rise in my chest. I moved quickly through the cabin, but Buddy wasn't anywhere to be found. The door had been left ajar, though. My stomach dropped as I realized he must have slipped outside. I grabbed my flashlight and rushed out into the storm. The wind whipped at my face, and the rain soaked me almost immediately. My heart raced as I called Buddy's name, but there was no answer. The forest loomed in front of me, dark and unwelcoming. The trees were bending under the force of the wind, and the only light was the faint beam from my flashlight. I moved further into the woods, shouting for Buddy, but the sound of the storm drowned out my voice. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I stumbled over fallen branches and rocks in the dark. My thoughts raced, but all I could focus on was the empty space where Buddy should have been. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I heard it, a faint sound, barely above the wind. It was a whimper, a soft cry, unmistakable. Buddy. I ran toward the sound, desperation driving me forward. The flashlight flickered in my hand, but I didn't care. The whimpers grew louder, closer. Then, through the rain and trees, I saw him. Buddy was standing just a few feet ahead, his fur matted with rain, his body trembling. But there was something else. He wasn't alone. There was a figure standing in the shadows, its form indistinct, hidden by the trees. I froze, my blood running cold. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence. I called out softly, but the figure didn't react. The rain seemed to pause for a moment, the wind stilling. Buddy's whimpers grew louder, but he was too scared to approach. I took a step forward, and that was when I saw it. The figure moved, but not like a person. It was more like an animal, hunched and unnatural. Its limbs too long, its movement too fluid. Then it was gone. Just like that, I rushed to Buddy, grabbing him by the collar, and we ran back to the cabin as fast as I could. The figure was gone, but I could still feel its presence, lingering in the trees. Once we were safely back inside, I locked every door and window, my hands shaking. Buddy was huddled in the corner, panting heavily. I sat on the floor beside him, the adrenaline slowly ebbing away. The storm continued outside, but the dread that had settled in my chest remained. I didn't know what I'd seen in the woods, but I knew one thing for sure: whatever it was, it hadn't been human. The rest of the night passed in a blur. Couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the woods, about the way Buddy had reacted. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a cold, clear sky. The woods were silent, and the cabin felt safe. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still out there. I packed up and left as soon as I could, not looking back. I didn't want to stay any longer. But even now, years later, when I walk through the woods or hear a dog's bark in the distance, I still remember the figure I saw that night. And I know deep down that some things are better left unknown. It was the middle of fall, the air crisp with the sort of chill that cuts through your jacket and settles deep in your bones. I had been planning this trip for months, the perfect opportunity to escape the grind of work, to get away from the noise of the city. I'd rented a small cabin in the woods, somewhere in the foothills of the Adirondacks. It was a spot I found through a friend of a friend, a place so remote that only a handful of people knew it even existed. The idea was to spend the weekend there alone, a bit of peace and quiet to recharge. At least that's what I thought. I left my apartment in Albany early in the morning, my car packed with gear, a couple of fishing rods, some food, and a few bottles of whiskey. The drive took longer than I expected, about 5 hours in total. I hadn't been up this way in years, but as I passed the familiar signs and landmarks, a feeling of nostalgia began to creep in. It wasn't until the road started to narrow and the trees closed in on either side that I realized how isolated the place really was. The cabin was about a mile off the main road, accessible only by a gravel trail that was barely wide enough for my car. The trees hung thick overhead, casting long shadows that made it feel like the sun had already set, even though it was just afternoon. The place was tucked into the side of a steep hill, with a small clearing around it. It wasn't much, just a modest, one-story wooden cabin with a rusted tin roof and a porch that looked like it had seen better days. The wood of the cabin was weathered, gray from years of exposure to the elements. Still, it had a charm about it, the kind of charm that made you think of escaping into the woods for a simpler life. I parked my car and unloaded the gear, taking my time to stretch my legs. Felt good to be out here, away from the city. The air smelled fresh, earthy, a mix of pine and damp soil. The sound of birds chirping was the only thing that broke the silence, and even that seemed distant. I set up my things and went inside, unlocking the door with the key I had been given. The interior was exactly what I had expected. Rustic, with a stone fireplace against one wall and mismatched furniture. A couple of lamps, a small kitchen, and a single bathroom. The cabin had been well kept, though. There was a smell of pine and cedarwood that reminded me of my childhood, of camping trips with my father. I felt at home almost immediately. I dropped my bags near the couch and settled in for a long, quiet weekend. The first couple of hours were peaceful. I unpacked my food, set out my gear, and even made a small fire in the hearth. I sat by the fire with a glass of whiskey in hand, watching the flames flicker and dance. The place was perfect, exactly what I needed. But as night began to fall, something changed. It wasn't anything specific at first, just a creeping sense of unease. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was the isolation, or the fact that the woods outside seemed to grow darker and quieter as the sun disappeared behind the trees. I shook it off and told myself I was being paranoid. After all, I'd been out in the woods plenty of times before, and nothing had ever happened. I decided to head outside, take a walk around the property to stretch my legs. The night was clear, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows over the ground. The gravel path that led from the cabin wound through the trees, and I followed it for a few hundred yards. It wasn't a trail for hiking, just an old, overgrown path that seemed to serve no real purpose anymore. As I walked, I noticed how still everything was. The wind had died down, and the usual sounds of the forest, rustling leaves, the occasional animal call, were absent. There was only silence. After a while, I turned back toward the cabin, but as I neared the clearing, something caught my eye. At the edge of the woods, just beyond the trees, I saw a figure. At first, I thought it was an animal, but as I looked closer, I realized it was a person. They were standing still, just outside the tree line, staring in my direction. I couldn't make out any details. They were just a dark silhouette against the shadows of the woods. My heart skipped a beat. Who the hell would be out here in the middle of nowhere? I stood frozen, watching them for a few moments, waiting for them to move, to make some sound. Anything. But they didn't. It felt like an eternity before I decided to turn around and head back to the cabin. I wasn't sure why, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, a strange sense of urgency rushing through me. Once back inside, I locked the door and settled back in front of the fire. I couldn't shake the image of the person standing out there. I told myself it was probably just someone else staying nearby, maybe another cabin owner or a hunter, but it didn't make sense. The nearest cabin was miles away, and no one else should have been out here. I tried to distract myself, putting on some music and settling into the armchair by the fire. But no matter what I did, the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. It was like someone was just outside, waiting. I couldn't get comfortable, so I decided to turn in early. The night was long. I kept waking up, staring into the dark, convinced that I heard something moving outside. The wind picked up at some point, making the trees creak and groan. It sounded like whispers in the distance. I pulled the covers tighter around me and tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. When the sun finally rose, I felt a sense of relief. I quickly got up, washed my face, and stepped outside, needing fresh air to clear my head. The woods looked different in the morning light, peaceful again with the fog hanging low between the trees. I went to the edge of the clearing, looking toward where I had seen the figure the night before. There was no one there. I decided to check the area around the cabin to make sure no one had been around, but everything looked undisturbed. No footprints, no signs of anyone coming or going. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I spent the rest of the day fishing and exploring, trying to keep my mind off of what had happened, but I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. That night, as the sun dipped below the horizon, I made dinner and settled in front of the fire again. I had to keep telling myself that it was all in my head, that I was just isolated, that the silence of the woods was playing tricks on me. Then, around midnight, the power went out. It wasn't a storm. There was no thunder, no lightning. The lights just flickered and went out. I sat there in the dark for a moment, listening to the quiet, wondering if I should check the fuse box. But something stopped me. The silence outside was overwhelming. I grabbed a flashlight and started toward the back of the cabin, checking for any obvious signs of a problem. But before I could make it to the door, I heard a knock. It was faint, but it was there. A soft, deliberate knock on the cabin door. I froze. I didn't know who could be out there. I hadn't heard anyone approach. The knocking came again, just as soft, but insistent. My heart pounded in my chest. I didn't know what to do. Should I open the door? Should I call for help? I took a slow, cautious step toward the door, flashlight in hand. My mind raced with possibilities. A neighbor? A hiker? Or something else entirely? I took a deep breath and slowly turned the handle. When I opened the door, no one was there. Just the cold night air and the dark expanse of trees. I stepped outside, shining the flashlight around, but there was no sign of anyone. Nothing. The clearing was empty. That's when I noticed something that sent a chill through me. The figure from the night before. It was standing at the far end of the clearing again, just outside the trees. This time, I could make out more details. A man, tall and thin, his face hidden in shadow. I didn't wait to see more. I slammed the door shut and locked it behind me. My pulse was racing, my thoughts swirling. There was no one else out here, no one to call for help. I was alone. The rest of the night passed in uneasy silence, but I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls, made me jump. When dawn finally broke, I grabbed my things, packed up the car, and left. I never saw the figure again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only one who had ever been in that cabin. The woods are quiet, and they're full of secrets. Some of them, I think, are better left undisturbed. It was the fall of 2009, and I was 34 at the time. I was living in North Carolina, working as a delivery driver for a building supply company based out of Raleigh. The job kept me on the road a lot, especially through the backcountry and rural routes, places you don't find on postcards. I didn't mind it. I liked the long drives. I liked being away from people. I had gotten divorced the year before, and I wasn't in a good place socially or mentally. Driving alone through forests and farmland kind of gave me peace. One week in early October, I was sent on a delivery run that was supposed to take 2 days. A contractor had ordered a bunch of hardwood flooring for a cabin he was building up in the Appalachian foothills, near a place called Wilcox Ridge, not far from the Tennessee border. It was a remote order. He didn't leave a phone number, only directions written in a strange shorthand. The guy had paid up front, so the company just said, "Go drop it off and take your time getting back." The first part of the drive was normal. I had my company box truck loaded with about 2,000 pounds of flooring, tools, and sealants. I took the interstate until it faded into the winding two lanes, the kind of roads where you pass maybe one house every few miles and gas stations are old mom-and-pop setups with one dusty pump and a fridge full of off-brand sodas. By late afternoon, I was turning onto gravel. No cell signal, of course. I passed a road sign so rusted I couldn't read it. The sun was dropping, and shadows from the trees stretched long across the road. I followed the directions carefully, but after nearly 40 minutes of gravel road and another turn into what looked like a private trail, I wasn't sure if I was even on public land anymore. Trees closed in tighter, and the road narrowed enough that brush started scraping the sides of the truck. Eventually, I saw it. A clearing opened up, and there it was, a half-built cabin. The frame was solid, roof mostly done, but the windows were still just open holes, and the porch looked like it had been slapped together with whatever wood was lying around. No car, no lights, no people. Just the cabin sitting alone in the woods. I parked the truck and killed the engine. The silence hit me hard. No birds, no wind, nothing. Just the tick of the engine cooling down. I got out and walked around the site, looking for signs of life. There was a small stack of cut lumber off to one side, a red cooler, and a shovel leaned against the cabin's outer wall. No footprints that I could see.
No generaterum.
No food wrappers or cigarette butts. It looked like nobody had been here in days, maybe longer. The directions had said to unload the flooring into the cabin, so I started doing just that. It took a while, but I moved the boxes in through the wide doorway and stacked them neatly in one corner. The inside of the cabin was dark, smelled like sawdust and wet pine. There was one room downstairs and a small loft above, reachable by a narrow ladder. I didn't climb it. I just wanted to unload and leave. But I realized something weird after the 5th or 6th box. The boards inside the cabin didn't match what I had brought. Someone had already installed flooring on the far side of the room, but it was a completely different type. Wider boards, darker stain. Not even close to the type the guy had ordered. I paused and stared at it, thinking maybe he had changed plans halfway. But then I noticed some scuff marks in the wood, like someone had dragged something heavy. Not tools, not furniture, something big. Why drag marks? Almost like I shook it off. Just old marks. Could be anything. I didn't want to be out here after dark, so I worked faster. After I was done, I stepped outside to stretch. That's when I noticed the second trail, hidden just beyond the tree line, off to the left. It wasn't on the map the contractor had sent. It was just 2 deep tire tracks through the undergrowth, like someone had driven a truck back there more than once. I shouldn't have gone looking, but something pulled me that way. Curiosity, maybe, or just the weird emptiness of the place getting to me. I followed the tracks for maybe 50 yards. The trail curved slightly downhill, and the trees opened up again into another small clearing. What I saw made me stop cold. It was another cabin. Not half-built like the first one, this one was finished. Windows, door, even a chimney. It looked old, but lived in. There was a wheelbarrow leaning on its side, a metal gas can, and a folding chair sitting out front. No car again. No power lines. I stood still, just listening. Nothing. I approached slowly. The windows were dirty but not boarded up. The front door was shut. I thought about turning back, but then I heard it. Something faint. A sound from inside. A thud. Not loud but clear, like something dropping to the floor. I backed up and left. I didn't run. I just walked quickly back to the truck and got in. I turned the ignition and drove straight out of there. My plan was to hit the gravel road and keep going until I found a signal, then call my boss and let him know I'd made the drop. But that didn't happen. Less than a mile from the cabin, a tree was down across the road. Not a small branch, a full tree. Fresh too. Sap still wet at the break. No way around it. Too thick to move. I put the truck in reverse to back up and try another path, maybe loop around. That's when I saw it. A man, about 30 yards behind the truck, standing in the middle of the road, just standing there, watching. I hadn't seen or heard him before. He didn't wave, didn't move, just stood with his arms at his sides. I couldn't make out his face, but he was wearing dark clothes. Not hunting gear, not work clothes, just dark, unmarked. I shifted into drive and took the nearest turnoff into the woods, brushing through thick undergrowth as the truck groaned and scraped. That's when I lost traction. A dip in the ground I hadn't seen. One tire dropped into a shallow ditch and the whole truck tilted. The back end swung slightly and I heard something snap under the axle. I floored it, but the wheel just spun. I was stuck. I grabbed the small flashlight from the glove box and stepped out. The woods were already almost pitch black. My breath showed in the air. The silence was worse now, like the forest was waiting. I went to check the back tire. It was wedged between a rock and the lip of the ditch. No way I was getting it out without help. I turned toward the road again. The man was closer, 20 yards now, still not moving. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could tell his head was tilted slightly, like he was looking at the truck, then at me. I didn't have a weapon, no cell signal, no radio. I did the only thing I could. I ran, not toward the road, but deeper into the woods, toward the second cabin. It was the only building around. My boots hit the ground hard, every branch snapping like it echoed for miles. I didn't look back. I just ran until I reached that clearing again and bolted up the steps of the second cabin. The door wasn't locked. I shoved it open and closed it behind me, pressing my back against it. My flashlight flickered and then went steady again. The inside of the cabin was empty.
No furniture.
Just a wooden floor, some shelves, and a large metal hook hanging from the ceiling in the middle of the room. The floor creaked under my boots. The air smelled old, like rot and oil. I found a broken chair leg near the wall and held it like a club. Then I waited. I didn't hear footsteps outside. Nothing. I moved to the window slowly and peeked out. No one. I waited for what felt like an hour, barely breathing. When nothing happened, I decided to leave and head for the first cabin, where I had left the flooring. At least it was closer to the truck. Maybe I could find a tool or something useful there. I stepped outside carefully. The woods were still, but halfway down the trail back, I heard something behind me, a soft rustling, then the unmistakable snap of a foot on a branch. I turned around fast, shining the light. Nothing. I walked faster, then broke into a jog. By the time I reached the first cabin, I was drenched in sweat. I stepped inside and turned on the flashlight again, sweeping it across the floor. That's when I saw the body. A man, maybe late 40s, lying face down where the unfinished flooring met the installed boards. His shirt was torn, his arms out to the sides. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the wood. I backed up instinctively, my heart slamming in my chest. Then I saw the marks. Drag marks, just like before, leading from the body to the open doorway. Someone had killed this man and tried to move him, then left him there, or maybe was interrupted. I ran back outside and turned the flashlight toward the woods. This time I saw the man again, closer, maybe 10 feet into the tree line. Watching, I didn't wait. I ran toward the truck, still stuck, but I knew I had to try something. I jumped in, started the engine, and slammed the gas while rocking the wheel side to side. The back wheels screamed, but eventually the truck jerked forward enough to gain traction and I was out. I hit the gravel road and drove for miles before I saw a gas station with a working phone. The police came. I led them back to the site. They found the body, and later, more remains buried near the second cabin. The killer had been using both cabins, one as bait, the other as a killing ground. They never caught him, but I never went back into those woods again. It was supposed to be a simple getaway, a break from the noise of city life, from work, from everything that felt like it was suffocating me. I had been working in downtown Chicago for years, the same office, the same people, the same never-ending grind. I was 32, single, and feeling worn out. So when I saw an ad for a secluded cabin rental in the mountains of northern Michigan, I thought, why not? The cabin itself was basic, 2 rooms, a small kitchen, a worn-out couch, and a fireplace that looked like it had seen better days. It was far away from anything, really. The nearest town was about an hour's drive down a winding, unpaved road. I rented it for a long weekend, thinking I could unwind, read a few books, take long walks in the woods, and clear my mind. I had no idea that it would be the most terrifying experience of my life. I arrived late on a Thursday afternoon, just as the sun was starting to dip behind the horizon. The road to the cabin was nothing but a narrow, dirt path, lined with dense trees. The place had an eerie feel to it, but I figured it was just the isolation. The cabin itself wasn't much to look at, but it had that rustic charm that promised peace and quiet. Inside, the air smelled of pine and old wood, with a faint trace of mildew. I shrugged it off and unpacked my things. Laptop, a few books, a couple of snacks. The first thing I did was light the fireplace. It was cold out, the kind of chilly that made the bones ache if you stood outside for too long. But as the fire crackled, the warmth soon spread through the small room, and I settled into the couch, wrapped in a blanket. The first night passed without incident. I slept fitfully, the kind of shallow sleep where you wake up every couple of hours, but it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. The second day, I spent the morning reading and then took a long walk through the woods. The trees were dense, their branches interlocking to form a canopy that blocked out most of the light. There was something unsettling about it, but again, I chalked it up to the isolation. The only sounds I heard were the crunching of leaves beneath my boots and the occasional bird call. That night, the storm rolled in. It wasn't unusual for the weather to change quickly in this part of the country, but it was strong. The rain came down in sheets, the wind howling through the trees. I had planned to spend the evening inside, watching movies and cooking a simple dinner, but as the night wore on, I started hearing strange noises from outside. First, it was just the wind, the kind of gusts that shake the trees and make branches creak and groan. But then there was something else, something that sounded like footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and too heavy to be an animal. I stood frozen by the window, my heart racing. I couldn't see anything outside. The storm was too fierce, and the darkness made it impossible to make out shapes more than a few feet away. The footsteps continued. They came closer, moving around the perimeter of the cabin, and then suddenly, they stopped. My breath caught in my throat. It was so quiet now, the only sound being the pounding of the rain on the roof. I didn't know what to do. I should have called the police, but the nearest station was over an hour away, and I couldn't be sure if someone was actually out there. Could have been a trick of the wind or an animal, or maybe even nothing at all. But the feeling that someone was out there watching wouldn't leave. I waited for what felt like hours, staring out the window, but I saw nothing. Eventually, I convinced myself that I was just imagining things and tried to calm down. The storm continued through the night, and I drifted off into a restless sleep. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a gray sky and the smell of wet earth. I went outside to check the cabin's surroundings. The ground was soft from the rain, and I could see a faint set of footprints leading up to the front door. They weren't animal tracks, but they weren't quite human either. The toes of the prints were unnaturally large, and the steps were too far apart for a normal person to walk comfortably. My stomach churned as I followed the trail, which led to the edge of the woods, where it stopped abruptly. I couldn't make sense of it. It was just too strange. I felt the urge to leave, to pack my things and head back to the city, but something kept me there. Maybe it was the stubbornness in me, the desire not to let fear control my actions. But I decided to stay another night. That evening, I decided to light the fire again and keep myself busy. I cleaned up the cabin, read a little, and made myself a simple dinner. But as night fell, I could feel the unease creeping back in. The storm had passed, but the air still felt thick with something I couldn't identify. As the darkness outside deepened, I heard it again, the sound of footsteps. They were closer this time, moving around the cabin, just like the night before. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt the panic rising. This wasn't right. Couldn't just be my imagination. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, shining it across the clearing around the cabin. There was nothing. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the ground was undisturbed. But then, I saw something moving just beyond the tree line. It was a figure, shrouded in darkness, standing still. For a moment, I froze, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. The figure was tall, impossibly tall, and the shape was wrong. It looked like a person, but something was off. It didn't move like a human being, and the outline of its body seemed to shift unnaturally. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, the figure disappeared back into the woods. I stumbled backward, heart hammering, and rushed back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. I spent the next hour pacing, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. A trick of the shadows, a figment of my imagination. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. I had come to the cabin to escape, to find peace, but all I had found was fear. I made the decision to leave the next morning, no matter how much it cost me. I would drive back to Chicago, back to the noise and the chaos, because it was better than staying here in this cabin, in the woods that felt like they were closing in on me. But that morning, when I went outside to pack my car, something was different. The air was still and cold, and the footprints that had appeared the day before were gone. I looked around, half expecting the figure to reappear from the woods, but there was nothing, just the silence of the forest. I didn't waste any time. I packed up and left, my heart still racing as I drove down the dirt road, away from the cabin, away from whatever had been lurking out there. I didn't look back. When I got home, I did some research. I found out that the cabin had been abandoned for years before the rental company took it over. And even more unsettling, the property used to belong to a man who had disappeared without a trace, long before the cabin was built. The mystery of what had happened to him was never solved, but the stories about the land were enough to make my skin crawl. I never went back to that cabin, and I never will. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I wonder about the figure I saw in the woods. Was it a person or something else? I'll never know for sure, but one thing's certain. I'll never forget that night. I was 38 when I moved upstate, not far from the old coal town of Milford, Pennsylvania. It was late September of 2017. I just left my job in the city. Burnout, sick of long hours, meetings that meant nothing, and staring at a computer screen that made my eyes ache by the end of every day. I wanted something quiet, something simple. So when I saw the listing for a small cabin near Milford, sitting on a chunk of land that included part of a hillside graveyard, I didn't hesitate. It was cheap, too cheap, but I didn't care. I told myself it was just local superstition that dropped the price. People don't want to live next to graves. I didn't mind. The place was old, built in 1943, according to the papers. Just one room, a wood stove, a tiny bathroom tacked on sometime in the 80s, and a small covered porch out front. About half a mile from the main road, off a dirt track that wound up through thinning forest and overgrown brush. The graveyard was maybe 200 yards west of the cabin, up a short incline that caught the sunset just right in the fall. I remember my first night there.
No streetlights.
No cars, just crickets and the wind pushing through dry leaves. Felt like a reset, a hard, clean break from the noise of everything I'd left behind. I spent the first few days settling in. There wasn't much to do, just unpacking, chopping some wood, and figuring out the rhythm of the land. I'd wake up early, make coffee on the propane stove, then walk the ridge where the graves were. Most of the headstones were from the late 1800s, some worn down to the point where you couldn't even read the names anymore. The cemetery stretched maybe 50 feet from edge to edge, surrounded by a low, rusted iron fence with big sections missing or bent out of shape.
No flowers.
No signs that anyone ever came to visit. I'd see the occasional deer track or find broken beer bottles and cigarette butts where local kids probably hung out sometimes. I never saw anyone else up there, though. Not in those first weeks. The trouble started on the 17th day. I remember that number clearly because I kept a notebook in the cabin where I wrote down small things. Weather, odd sounds, what I saw on my walks. Just something to keep my brain moving. That morning, I'd written, *Day 17 found 3 fresh cigarette butts near the Wallace Stone. Marlboro Reds. Still warm. That was the first time I knew someone had been up there when I wasn't. The strange part wasn't that someone had visited. It was the fact that I hadn't seen or heard them at all. My cabin faced the ridge. I spent most days outside, chopping wood or walking. Whoever had come up had done it without making a sound. No car, no footsteps on the gravel, nothing. I brushed it off. Figured maybe I was just distracted. Maybe they came up early before I was up. But the days kept going, and the signs kept piling up. On day 19, I found a small pile of stones stacked neatly on top of the Wallace grave. Cairn, maybe. I knocked it over, thinking it was just some kid messing around. On day 22, the biggest shift happened. That night, I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to a faint tapping sound on the side of the cabin. It wasn't fast, just deliberate, like something metal being knocked gently against the wall. I sat up in bed and listened. The stove had gone cold. No wind, just that slow, even tapping. 5 seconds between each one. Then it stopped. I didn't have a gun then, just a hatchet I kept by the door. I got up, crept over to the window and looked out. Nothing, just the silhouette of trees under a half moon. I stepped outside, barefoot, cold wood under my feet. I stood on the porch and looked toward the ridge. Nothing moved, but I had that prickling feeling, like eyes on me. You know the one. I stayed out there for 10 minutes, maybe 15. Then I went back inside and didn't sleep until the sky turned gray. Next morning, I found something that stopped me cold. Right where the cabin wall met the dirt, under the spot where I heard the tapping, was a line drawn in the soil. A deep line, maybe made with a stick or something sharper, about 6 feet long. Just a line, perfectly straight. No footprints around it. No marks of anything being dragged. It was like someone had crouched there and etched it quietly into the dirt while I was sleeping 10 feet away. I erased it, used a stick to mess up the ground around it, then poured a bucket of water to flatten the dirt. The whole thing made me feel stupid, paranoid, but that night I kept the hatchet next to my bed. It didn't stop. More lines appeared over the next few days. Not every night, just often enough to make me dread sleeping. Sometimes there were 2 lines. Once there was a triangle, 3 lines connecting at sharp angles drawn right under my window. I didn't tell anyone, didn't drive down to town to report it. I was too far in by then. My pride got in the way. I thought maybe I was being tested by the land, by whatever was out there. And deep down, I didn't want to leave. That cabin had become something to me, a kind of anchor. Then, on day 29, I found the Wallace stone dug up. Not fully, just the top few inches of earth disturbed. The grass peeled back like a scab. Whoever did it had used a shovel, clean edges, careful cuts. I stared at it for a long time, heart beating hard, because it was the first undeniable act of intent. Before that, the lines, the tapping, the cigarette butts, all of it could have been something else. But not this. I covered it back up myself, stomped the earth down and scattered some leaves on top. That night, I pushed the dresser in front of the door and kept the axe in my hands while I tried to sleep. But I didn't sleep. I started watching the ridge from the porch after that, just sitting there for hours with a thermos of coffee and a flashlight I barely used. But I never saw anyone. Not until day 31. It was just after midnight. I was on the porch in a sweatshirt, staring out at the trees, when I saw a shape move through the graveyard. It wasn't fast, just a slow, steady motion like someone walking between the stones. I couldn't make out details, just a tall figure, maybe wearing a jacket, head low. I watched it for 30, 40 seconds. It didn't look at me, didn't shine a light. It walked straight to the Wallace stone, stopped, then vanished into the trees. I stayed out until dawn, but it didn't come back. I didn't sleep that day, didn't sleep the next night either. My body was wrecked, jittery, wired, confused. I kept telling myself to leave, to just get in the truck and go. But part of me needed to know who it was, what they were doing, why they kept coming back to that one grave. On day 34, I snapped. I set up camp in the graveyard that evening. Took a lawn chair, a flashlight, a flask, and the axe. I sat there in the dark, watching the trees. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I waited until my eyes burned and the night blurred at the edges. Nothing. I started to drift sometime around 4 a.m., and that's when I heard the footsteps. Slow, crunching through dry grass behind me. I didn't move, just tightened my grip on the axe and waited. The steps stopped maybe 10 feet away. I turned fast, shining the flashlight, and saw no one, just open space. but the air smelled like cigarettes, and on the wall of stone, there was a fresh line of spit, wet and glistening in the beam of the light. I left the flashlight on and backed down to the cabin, heart thumping so loud I thought it would give me away. I locked the door and shoved everything I could in front of it. That morning, I found a cigarette butt on the porch railing, balanced, perfectly upright. That was the last straw. I left that afternoon, packed only the essentials, drove back down the dirt road, and checked into a motel in town. I called a guy I knew from the area, a contractor who sometimes helped with cabins and repairs. Asked if he'd go up there and look around for any signs of trespassing. He said sure, he'd take a buddy, bring a rifle just in case. They went up on day 36. When he came back that night, he looked pale. Said the cabin was untouched. No signs of break-in, but something weird had been nailed to the Wallace grave. A strip of fabric, gray, like the hem of a coat, folded and nailed down with a rusted spike.
No prints.
No tracks. I didn't go back. I sold the land a few months later. Took a loss. Didn't care. I live in a small apartment now in Scranton. I don't tell people about the cabin. I don't talk about Wallace Ridge or the lines in the dirt or the tapping on the walls. But sometimes on cold nights, I wake up with that feeling again. That one you get when you know something's watching. And once, just once, I found a Marlboro Red in my mailbox, still warm. It was the fall of 2006, and I had just turned 34. I was working in a small construction company down in Southern Oregon, doing side jobs here and there to make ends meet. I lived alone back then, in a small rented house outside Grants Pass. My days were usually predictable: early mornings, long shifts, a cheap dinner, and lights out by 9. I wasn't the adventurous type anymore. That side of me had died somewhere around my late 20s, or so I thought. One Saturday morning, I got a call from an old buddy of mine, Darren, who had gotten wind of an abandoned cabin way up near Ashford Ridge, about 2 hours outside of town. Apparently, someone had left it years ago, and it was just sitting there. Word was there was a lot of old, valuable lumber, antique furniture, maybe even old tools lying around that could be worth something. Darren couldn't make the trip himself because of work, but he gave me a rough description of where it was and told me it would be an easy score if I was up for it. I thought about it for a bit. Sounded sketchy, sure, but back then, every extra $100 counted. I figured I'd go up there, look around, maybe snag a few things, sell them at a local antique shop, and call it a day. It didn't seem like a big deal. I packed up my old green Ford Ranger with a crowbar, a flashlight, gloves, a couple bottled waters, and a packed lunch. I didn't own a gun at the time, never really thought I needed one. It was a decision I would come to regret. The drive up there was beautiful at first. The trees were painted in deep reds and burning yellows. The sky was low and gray but hadn't broken into rain yet. The paved roads turned into gravel and then into dirt. I passed a couple of rundown farmhouses, old trucks sitting on cinder blocks, stray dogs wandering across the road. After a while, even those thinned out. By the time I reached Ashford Ridge, the sun was starting to sink, and the woods were growing darker by the minute. The dirt road wound higher and higher up the ridge, deeper into nowhere. I kept checking Darren's scribbled notes. Turn at the fallen oak, go past the rusted tractor, then take the second path on the left. It sounded like something out of a bad horror movie. But sure enough, after about 30 minutes of creeping up that narrow dirt path, I saw it. A small cabin tucked back against a thick line of pines, half swallowed by brush and moss. The roof sagged heavily in the middle, the windows were either boarded up or broken, and the whole place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. I pulled the truck off the path, leaving it running just in case. I don't know why, but something about that place made me uneasy right away. Maybe it was the total silence. No birds, no wind, not even the buzzing of insects. Just the crunch of my boots on the gravel and the hum of the engine behind me. I grabbed my flashlight and walked up to the front porch, which groaned under my weight. The door hung slightly ajar, swinging gently like it had been left that way for a long time. I gave it a little push, and it creaked open into darkness. The air inside was heavy with the smell of wet wood, mold, and old rot. Dust floated in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like little ghosts, even though I kept telling myself not to think like that. The place was one room, mostly. An old stove rusted through in one corner, a small cot with a moth-eaten mattress in another, and a table piled with junk. Old cans, broken lanterns, piles of yellowed newspapers. I started walking around, poking through the mess. Most of it was useless. The few tools I found were rusted beyond saving. There were some old frames, but the pictures inside had faded into gray blurs. I pried open a couple of drawers with my crowbar, finding only mouse nests and broken glass. Then I noticed the hatch. It was tucked in the corner, half hidden under a ratty old rug. A square wooden trapdoor with an iron ring handle. The kind of thing you'd expect to find in old horror movies, but never actually do. My gut told me to leave it alone. My bank account told me there might be something valuable down there. I pulled back the rug and grabbed the handle. It was stiff but gave with a loud groan. The smell that rolled out of the dark hole below was awful. A mix of earth, mildew, and something sharper, something I couldn't name. I shined my light down. A narrow wooden staircase led into blackness. I thought about it for a long time. I should have just grabbed some junk from upstairs and left, but my hands moved on their own. I gripped the crowbar tighter and started down the stairs. The steps groaned under my weight, but they held. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a small dirt basement, barely tall enough for me to stand upright. The walls were rough stone, leaking moisture in places. It was cold down there, much colder than outside. There were shelves lining the walls, sagging with jars of God knows what. Pickled vegetables, maybe, or old preserves turned to black sludge. I didn't get too close. What caught my attention was the far wall. There was something drawn there in charcoal or ash. Rough, frantic lines that didn't form any kind of recognizable picture. Just wild, angry scratches. Beneath it, half buried in the dirt floor, was a small wooden box. I crouched and dug it out with my gloved hands. The wood was soft and damp, and it crumbled a little in my grip. I pried it open with the crowbar. Inside were a few things. A handful of old coins, a rusted pocket knife, and a bundle of letters tied together with twine. They were old, real old. The paper was so brittle it almost broke when I touched it. I stuffed the whole bundle into my backpack, figuring the antique shop would love that sort of thing, and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. A thump, above me, on the floor of the cabin. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I killed my flashlight instinctively, standing there in total darkness, listening. For a second, there was nothing. Then another thump. Slow, heavy, like boots. I backed toward the stairs, moving as quietly as I could. My mind raced. Maybe some other scavenger had come up here, same as me. Maybe they thought they were alone. Maybe they weren't friendly. I started up the stairs, one careful step at a time, trying not to make the wood creak. When I reached the top, I peered through the crack of the trapdoor. The cabin was darker now. The last light from outside was dying, and inside was a mess of long shadows. I saw nothing at first, then movement near the door. A figure, tall, hunched, shuffling slowly across the room. I ducked back instinctively, heart in my throat. Whoever it was, they didn't say anything. They just moved, slowly, almost dragging one leg behind them. Their clothes were ragged, hanging off them in strips. I couldn't make out a face. I sat there for what felt like hours, crouched in the dark, waiting for the sounds to stop. Finally, I heard the door creak again, the soft crunch of boots on the porch. Then silence. I waited a while longer to be sure. Then I pushed open the hatch so slowly it barely made a sound. I climbed out, every muscle in my body screaming to run but forcing myself to move carefully. The cabin was empty. I crept to the doorway and peeked out. The woods were dark now. No sign of anyone. My truck sat about 50 yards away, the engine still running, a faint glow from the headlights catching the mist that had started to creep in. I made a break for it. I sprinted through the brush, branches tearing at my clothes, boots slipping in the mud. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if anyone or anything was following me. I dove into the truck, slammed the door, and threw it into reverse. Tires spun in the mud before catching, and I roared backward down the trail, fishtailing wildly before I got it straightened out. I didn't stop driving for an hour. When I finally pulled into a gas station on the outskirts of Grants Pass, I sat there for a long time, breathing hard, hands locked on the steering wheel. I emptied my backpack onto the passenger seat. The bundle of letters had gotten wet somewhere along the way, but they were still mostly legible. I picked one at random and unfolded it carefully. It was dated 1934. The handwriting was jagged and frantic, slanting across the yellowed page. It talked about isolation, about the thing in the woods, about needing to hide something. There were ramblings about him never dying, about keeping the secret buried. I read through 3 more letters. They all said the same thing in different words. Something had gone wrong out there. Something had been hidden away, and whoever had lived in that cabin had gone mad trying to deal with it. I burned the letters that night in my backyard. I never told Darren what happened. Never went back to Ashford Ridge. A few months later, I heard about a missing person, some hiker who had gone up near that area and never came back. They found his car abandoned on the side of the road. They never found him. I don't know if it was connected. I don't want to know. But sometimes, when the nights are cold and still, and the wind rattles the windows just right, I swear I can still hear those slow, dragging footsteps, moving across the floorboards, searching for something they lost long ago. And I know deep down it's better that it stays lost. It was late September of 2018 when I took a short leave from work. I was 37 at the time, living in a small rented flat in Portsmouth, working as a supply technician for a shipping company. I wasn't married, no kids, just a few friends I barely saw anymore. I was burnt out and tired of the noise. I wanted to get away from everything. Phones, internet, traffic, shops, people, all of it. I went online and booked a private cabin up in Northumberland, about 20 minutes from Rothbury. It was small, off the grid, buried deep in the trees, advertised as Solitude for writers and hikers.
No Wi-Fi, no reception, no landlina.
I loved the idea. I don't write and I don't hike much, but I was craving peace. I wanted to just sit by a fire and listen to the rain on the roof. Maybe read a few books and sleep in. That was the plan. The guy who rented it out was someone named Dennis. The listing had only one photo of the cabin, an old, square structure with wooden siding and a slanted roof. One small porch, one window in the front. Inside, it had a wood-burning stove, a small kitchen with a gas burner, a bed, and a table. The toilet was an outhouse out back, and the shower was a gravity-fed bag that hung on a hook by a tree. None of it bothered me. I wanted basic. I wanted silence. I drove up on a Thursday morning, left around 7. It was raining on and off the whole way there. The roads got narrower the further north I went. By the time I hit the final stretch, a gravel lane that twisted through trees, I'd only passed one car in the last half hour. That lane wasn't on any proper map. I only found it through directions Dennis had emailed me a week before.
No saini.
just a narrow break in the trees marked with an old green gate. I parked beside the cabin around 3 in the afternoon. It looked exactly like the photo. Weathered wood, tin roof, one cloudy window. The air smelled like damp pine and smoke. There was a small woodpile stacked beside the porch and a rusty axe jammed into a stump. I stepped onto the porch and knocked out of habit. No answer, of course. Dennis had said he wouldn't be there. The key was in a tin box nailed under the porch rail. Inside, the cabin was plain and cold, but tidy. A single bed pushed against the far wall, thick wool blankets folded neatly on top. A kettle and one pan sat on a shelf above the gas stove. The firewood box was full. The wood burner was clean. One oil lamp on the table, one flashlight hanging by the door. I liked it. It was better than I expected. That first night, it rained steady. I made a fire, boiled pasta on the stove, and sat by the flames with a book. I went to bed early. No phone. No sounds except the wind through the trees and the fire crackling. I slept like I hadn't in years. The second day was just as quiet. I walked around a bit in the woods behind the cabin. Didn't go far. I didn't want to get lost. There were no trails. It was thick, sloping forest. When I got back, I stacked more wood inside, made tea, read again. I didn't see a single soul. That's what made the third night feel so strange. Around 9, I was sitting on the porch, wrapped in a blanket, sipping hot tea in the dark. The moonlight slipped through the clouds in pieces. I was just about to go back inside when I thought I saw something move through the trees. It wasn't much, just a shift in the blackness, like something had broken the pattern for a second. I stared for a while but saw nothing else. I went inside and locked the door. I told myself it was probably a deer, or the wind. The trees out here swayed and creaked constantly. The next morning was cold and damp. I took a short walk down the gravel path, hoping to spot some wildlife. I followed the trail for maybe half a mile when I noticed something strange in the trees to the left. There was a structure, small, slumped, old. A shack, maybe. At first I thought it was a hunting blind, but as I walked closer, I realized it was another cabin. One I hadn't seen on any of the maps or mentioned by Dennis. It was smaller than mine. No porch, just a sagging roof, a half-rotted window, and a door that leaned open slightly. It was maybe 70 yards off the gravel path, completely hidden unless you were standing in just the right spot. I don't know why I went up to it. Curiosity, I guess, but I wish I hadn't. The air around it smelled sour, damp wood and something else, something sharp. The closer I got, the more wrong it felt, like the air itself was heavier. There were animal bones scattered near the door, tiny ones like bird bones. I stepped up to the door but didn't go in. Inside, I could see a broken chair, a pile of something in the corner, and a torn bit of fabric hanging from the wall. It looked abandoned, but not old enough to be ancient. It wasn't covered in vines or moss. It just looked left. I turned around and went straight back to my cabin. I didn't want to think about it. I didn't sleep well that night. At some point around 2 a.m., I woke up. The fire had burned down low. I was cold. I got up to throw a few more logs on when I noticed something out the window. It was quick, just a flicker of motion, but I swear I saw someone standing out by the trees. A woman. She was tall, thin, with long hair hanging forward like it was wet. Her arms were by her sides. She wasn't moving. I didn't breathe. I moved to the window slowly. When I looked again, she was gone. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I went out to look for footprints. The ground was wet and soft. If someone had been there, I would have seen tracks. There was nothing, but the feeling didn't go away. Every time I stepped outside, I felt watched. Every time the wind pushed the trees, I expected to see her. That long hair, that stillness. I thought about leaving that day. packing up and driving back to Portsmouth. But I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a dream, a trick of the light. Maybe I was projecting stress. I stayed. That evening, I sat inside with the door locked and every lamp I had lit. Around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps, not heavy ones, not crunching branches or boots, just soft, slow steps circling the cabin. Then silence. Then the back door creaked. The back door didn't even have a proper lock. It was just a hook and latch. I grabbed the flashlight and opened it fast, swung it out. No one there. The forest looked normal, still. But when I shone the light down to the dirt path that circled the cabin, I saw something. A bare footprint. One.
No shoe, no sack.
Just a pale, narrow print in the mud. The toes were long, the arch high. It was fresh. I shut the door and blocked it with the table. I barely slept. That next morning, I made up my mind. I was leaving. I didn't care that I had 3 more days booked. I packed my bags, tossed the leftover food, and started walking to where I'd parked. Except the car wasn't there. I remember standing in the spot, staring at the empty space, thinking I had to be wrong. But I wasn't. I knew where I'd left it. There were the tire marks. The car was gone. I had no phone, no radio, no way to contact anyone. I had to walk. It was 8 miles to the nearest road. I had a backpack, a flashlight, and 2 protein bars.
I valkiet fast.
I didn't look back. I didn't stop for anything. The whole time I felt it, that sense that something was just behind me. About 2 miles in, I stopped to catch my breath. That's when I saw her again, off to the side of the path, just standing. She didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. I turned and kept walking, faster now. It took nearly 3 hours, but I reached the main road. A van passed after 20 minutes and picked me up. The driver was a local, said he didn't usually take people, but I looked pale as a ghost. I didn't tell him everything, just asked him to drop me at the Rothbury police station. I filed a report, told them the car had been taken. I didn't mention the woman, just said I thought someone was squatting in an old cabin near mine. The officer nodded slowly, asked where exactly. When I showed him on the map, he said something strange. That place doesn't get many visitors. You said you booked with Dennis? I said yes. He sighed, said Dennis had died 2 years ago. Heart failure. No one had been renting that cabin since. I showed him the listing. He shook his head. That site's been down for months, he said. You're lucky someone didn't kill you. They sent a car out later that day to check the property. Called me that evening. They found my car about half a mile from where I'd left it, stuck in the trees. Someone had rolled it into a ditch. The windows were smashed and the seats slashed up. They also found the other cabin, and it wasn't empty. There were ropes, rusty tools, and several personal items from other missing persons cases in the area. They never found the woman. They searched the woods for days. Nothing. I still get calls from the police now and then. They ask if I remember any more details. I don't. I've told them everything. I moved out of Portsmouth a month later, got rid of my car, changed jobs. I still can't sleep when the wind is loud. And sometimes when I close my eyes, I see her. Still as stone, hair hanging down, just waiting for me to turn my back. I don't know who she was, but I know she's still out there, and I know I won't ever go near a cabin again. I was 32 when I inherited the cabin. It had been left to me by my Uncle Dean, who I hadn't seen in over a decade. He passed away alone on a cold January night in 2021. The kind of death you'd expect from someone who spent more time with land than with people. The authorities said it was a heart attack, but they had to break down the door after a neighbor reported he hadn't picked up his mail in weeks. By the time they found him, he'd been dead for days. I remembered the cabin from a few visits when I was a kid. It sat near the edge of a cornfield in rural Nebraska, about 10 miles outside a small town called Granville. The place didn't show up properly on most GPS maps. The gravel road leading to it was unmarked. Dean never had Wi-Fi, cell reception was hit or miss, and the cabin didn't even have a proper mailbox. Just a rusted tin box nailed to a fence post half a mile away. My parents hadn't talked to Dean much after 2008. Something happened between him and my dad. I never got the full story. All I remembered was one weekend trip when I was 10, a long drive down flat roads, stopping for gas at one of those half-abandoned stations with a single pump, and eventually arriving at that silent, sun-baked land that smelled like hay, sweat, and gasoline. The fields stretched for miles, golden and sharp. The cabin had no air conditioning, no real plumbing, and mice in the walls. Dean was quiet. He kept the windows shut, even in July. I only stayed one night before I begged to go home. But now, 15 years later, the place was mine. I didn't plan on keeping it. I figured I'd drive down, take some photos, talk to a realtor, maybe clean up a bit, and list it. If I could get a few grand for the land, that would be enough. I wasn't sentimental. Dean hadn't left much else. Just the title, a few old tools, and a handwritten letter with barely 3 lines. If anyone finds this, don't stay past dark. That should have been a warning. But it felt more like the last mutterings of a hermit. I took time off from my job in Denver, packed a few days' worth of clothes, and made the trip in early September. I remember the heat being thick even with the AC blasting. The corn was tall, that kind of height where the stalks close in around the fields like walls. Every few miles, a silo rose in the distance. When I finally turned onto the dirt path toward the property, it was almost 5 p.m. The sun hung low, casting the corn in orange light. Dust kicked up behind my tires. Grass brushed the bottom of my car. The cabin hadn't changed much. It still looked like something built in a hurry with leftover wood. The front porch sagged, and a broken rocking chair lay on its side. The shutters were closed. A padlock hung from the door, rusted but still intact. I had the key Dean left with the will. Inside, the air was stale and dry. The floor creaked loud with every step. I found myself stepping carefully, as if I might fall through. The furniture was exactly as I remembered, bare, simple, a single wooden table, a cracked leather armchair, a small bed in the corner covered in a dusty quilt. The windows were filthy. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, and I had to flip the breaker on the side of the house before the power kicked in. The smell was the worst part. It was moldy, metallic, like old canned food and damp wood. I opened some windows, pried the back door open, and walked the perimeter. The cabin sat on 5 acres. 2 of those were overgrown cornfields, dead straight rows that had somehow grown wild. There hadn't been a harvest here in years, but the stalks still stood, thick and dry. I could see the remnants of a scarecrow at the far end, just a post with shredded cloth hanging from it. There was a tool shed behind the cabin. The lock was broken. Inside, I found a rusted lawnmower, some heavy shears, old bottles of pesticides, and a jerrycan of gas that stank like it had gone bad years ago. I left it alone. The whole place felt like it had been frozen in time. That night, I slept inside with my own sleeping bag laid out over the bed. I didn't trust the mattress. I kept the windows open and the doors locked. I had a flashlight next to me and a folding knife in my pocket. Not because I was scared, just cautious. I grew up in cities. Open space makes me uneasy. Too much silence. It was around 1 a.m. when I woke up the first time. Couldn't say why. The air had gone still, and I noticed the wind had stopped. I listened, not moving. The walls made soft ticking sounds as they settled, but that wasn't it. There was a deeper sound, something faint, like shuffling, like movement through the corn. I told myself it was wind, animals maybe, a raccoon or deer. But the next night it was worse. I spent most of that second day cleaning out the shed and the inside of the cabin. There was a cellar door under a rug near the kitchen. I hadn't seen it the first day. When I opened it, the smell hit me immediately. Wet dirt, rot, and something sharper. The steps were concrete. I used my flashlight to scan the basement. It wasn't finished. Just a dirt floor, low ceiling, shelves along the wall filled with dusty jars, old boots, more tools. In the back corner, I saw a steel drum sealed with a heavy lid. I didn't open it. That night, I left the cellar shut and tried to sleep. But at 2:17 a.m., I remember because I checked, I woke up to what sounded like footsteps. Not in the cabin, but outside. Pacing, deliberate, crunching over dry grass and gravel. Then nothing. Then another step. Closer. I sat up, every muscle tight. I didn't turn on my flashlight. I didn't want whoever or whatever was out there to know I was awake. I just sat still, ears straining. After a few minutes, the sound stopped. But I didn't sleep again. The next morning, I walked the property. I found boot prints in the dirt near the shed. Not mine. They were wider, deeper, pressed into the soil like someone had been standing there watching the house. I don't scare easy, but that shook me. I drove into Granville that day trying to calm my nerves. I bought more food, a stronger flashlight, and a trail camera from a hardware store. I figured maybe it was a hunter, a local kid messing around. I set the camera up facing the cornfield and left it overnight. At 3:03 a.m. that night, I woke again. This time, the sound was right outside the window. A slow brushing, like someone dragging their hand along the wood. Then a tap. Just one. Then silence. I didn't move. I stayed still until dawn. When I checked the trail cam the next morning, I found one photo triggered at 2:58 a.m. It showed the edge of the cornfield, the rows dark behind it. And in the middle, just barely within frame, there was a shape, a figure, standing still, not facing the cabin, just standing. I zoomed in, but it pixelated. No face, no details, just height, maybe 6 feet 2 inches, maybe taller, dressed in dark clothes. That's all. I should have left, but I didn't. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to be scared off. Maybe I wanted to catch whoever it was. I didn't believe in anything supernatural. Still don't. I just believed that something bad was going on. Something human. Someone who didn't want me there. That day, I searched the fields. I walked every row, using the sun to keep my bearings. I carried the shears from the shed. I saw more prints, boot tracks, sharp in the dirt between rows. I followed them until they vanished. I thought about calling the sheriff. But what would I say? That someone maybe walked through a field one night? I stayed again. And that night, I didn't sleep at all. At 2 a.m., I heard the back door creak. I'd locked it. I know I did. I sat up in bed, heart slamming in my chest. I heard the slow squeak of hinges, then the sound of feet on wood. Inside, the cabin. I didn't breathe. I grabbed my flashlight, clicked it on, and pointed it toward the kitchen. Nothing. No one. I got up, moved slow. The door was open just slightly. The lock was broken like it had been forced. I stayed up until morning with the knife in my hand. That day, I packed everything. I was done. I checked the cellar one last time before I left. I don't know why. Something pulled me toward it. The steel drum was gone. Just gone.
No drag marks. No trace.
I drove back to Denver that afternoon. I never went back. 2 weeks later, the trail camera mailed footage to my email. One last video timestamped the night I left. It showed the cornfield at 3 a.m. and someone walking slowly from the stalks toward the camera. Not running, just walking, then stopping, staring. No sound, No motion after, just stillness. I deleted it. I sold the land for next to nothing. I didn't care. I don't know who that was. I don't know what they wanted. But every now and then, when I'm driving late at night and the road is empty, I think about those rows of corn and the quiet that lives in places no one watches anymore. I think about that cabin, and I keep driving. It was back in 2014 when this happened. I was 29 at the time, living in Manchester, England. Life was heavy back then. I'd just gotten out of a long relationship, the kind where you don't really know who you are after it ends. I needed space, something away from city noise and work stress. A friend from work, Liam, told me about a place his uncle owned. An old cabin up near the Lake District, tucked deep into the woods, not far from a little village called Sedber. It sounded like what I needed. Quiet, nature, and no one asking me how I was doing every 5 minutes. The cabin itself was simple. Built maybe in the 1950s, all old wood and stone with a sloping roof and a tiny porch out front. Liam said nobody had been up there for a couple of years. His uncle used to rent it out but gave up after some vandals wrecked it one summer. He warned me it might be rough inside, damp, dusty, cold, but that was fine by me. I wasn't looking for a luxury spa weekend. I just wanted to sit by a fire with a book and not think about anything. I packed my old car with basics: food, water, sleeping bag, a torch, a couple of paperbacks, and a thick jacket. It was early November, cold enough that your breath hung in the air even at noon. I set off mid-morning on a Saturday, took the M6 north, turned off onto smaller and smaller roads until eventually, the trees grew thicker and the traffic disappeared altogether. The last mile or two was a dirt track, half swallowed by overgrowth. If Liam hadn't drawn me a little map, I would have missed the turn completely. When I pulled up, the place looked exactly like I pictured it. Weather-beaten and lonely, tucked between tall pines and birches that rattled in the wind. A low stone wall ran around the property, half collapsed in places. The windows were dark. The door creaked when I pushed it open. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp and old wood. Dust hung in the air like smoke. The main room had a fireplace, a battered armchair, a little kitchen area with a sink and an old gas stove. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom and a tiny bathroom. Everything looked untouched, just forgotten. I dropped my bags, opened the windows to air it out, and got a fire going with the logs stacked by the hearth. The flames threw a soft light around the room, chasing the damp chill into the corners. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked, cleaned a bit, walked the property. There was a pond behind the cabin, black and still. A few trails led off into the trees. No other houses were visible, not even distant lights through the woods. It was what I wanted, total isolation. That first night, the woods were alive with sound. Wind groaning through the trees, branches tapping against the walls, the occasional hoot of an owl. Took a while to get used to it. Every little creak made me tense up, expecting, what exactly? I didn't know. I told myself to relax, that this was exactly why I came here. No people, no pressure. The second day, I decided to explore a bit deeper into the woods. I followed one of the trails leading north, rough and overgrown. It felt like nobody had walked it in years. The ground was soft underfoot, carpeted in fallen leaves. The trees closed overhead, blocking out the gray sky. About a mile in, I found an old shed, half collapsed under the weight of years. Rusted tools littered the ground. An old wheelbarrow lay on its side, one wheel missing. I poked around a bit but didn't linger. The woods had a different feel here, heavier, quieter, like the trees were pressing in. I turned back after only 20 minutes. That afternoon, as I sat on the porch reading, I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, movement between the trees. I looked up, but there was nothing there, just the trees swaying. I told myself it was probably a deer or a fox. The woods were full of life. It was normal. That night, though, something changed. I woke around 2 in the morning. The fire had burned low, throwing faint, red light. I could hear the wind outside, stronger now, making the cabin creak and groan. I sat up, heart pounding for no good reason. It felt like something had woken me. Not a noise, exactly, but a feeling, a sense of being watched. I listened for a long time, but there was nothing beyond the wind and the occasional thump of a branch against the roof. I tried to shake it off and lay back down. I drifted off eventually, but my sleep was thin and full of uneasy dreams. The next morning, I noticed something odd. Footprints around the back of the cabin, near the pond. They were faint but clear prints in the wet, soft earth. Bare feet.
No shoes, no boots.
Just bare feet, small and narrow. I stood staring at them for a long time, trying to make sense of it. Maybe they were old, maybe a kid from the village messing about, but it didn't make sense. It was freezing out. Nobody would be barefoot now, not this far into the woods. Besides, the prints were sharp, like they were made recently. I went back inside, locked the door, and kept the fire going all day. I tried to read but couldn't focus. Every time the floor creaked or the wind rattled the windows, my head snapped around. I told myself I was being ridiculous. City brain, overreacting to country noises. That evening, just as the last light drained from the sky, I caught another glimpse, movement, again, between the trees. This time I was sure I saw her. A woman, standing just beyond the tree line, half hidden by the shadows. Pale skin, dark hair hanging limp around her face. She wasn't moving, just standing there watching. I froze, heart hammering. I didn't move for what felt like minutes. When I finally blinked, she was gone. Just the trees again. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Shadows playing games. My mind wound too tight. I didn't really believe it, though. That night, I dragged the heavy armchair against the front door and slept fitfully by the fire, my jacket still on, listening to every sound outside. The next morning, I seriously thought about leaving, packing up and driving straight back to Manchester. But a stubborn part of me, the same part that hated being pushed around by fear, told me to stay. I wasn't going to let some weird dreams and shadows scare me off. I decided to stay one more night. Just one. I spent the day gathering more firewood, stacking it by the hearth. The woods felt heavier, like the trees were leaning in closer. I kept catching flashes of white between the trunks. A glimpse of her skin, maybe, or just the light. I didn't go far from the cabin. As dusk fell, I made sure everything was locked. Windows latched, curtains drawn. I lit every candle I found in the kitchen drawers, filling the room with warm light. I kept the fire roaring. Still, the feeling of being watched never went away. Around midnight, it started, the soft knock on the window. I froze, the book slipping from my hands. The knock came again, gentle, deliberate, not the random tap of a branch. A knock. I sat there, heart pounding in my chest, staring at the curtained window. I didn't move. Minutes passed. The knock didn't come again. But then I heard the footsteps. Soft, padding footsteps moving around the cabin, slow and patient. I strained to listen. The steps moved from window to window, circling. I didn't dare breathe. Then a scrape. Fingernails dragging slowly down the wood of the door. I wanted to grab my car keys and run, but I knew opening the door was the worst thing I could do. I stayed frozen in the armchair, gripping the arms so hard my fingers ached. The sounds eventually stopped. I sat there until the fire burned low, until the candles guttered out, until the first gray light of dawn crept into the room. When I finally stepped outside, the ground was muddy from rain in the night, and there, all around the cabin, were barefoot prints. Tiny, delicate prints circling, approaching the windows, the door, the porch, and far at the edge of the trees, standing completely still in the morning mist, was the woman. She didn't move, just watched. I didn't wait. I didn't pack properly. I grabbed my bag, my keys, and sprinted to the car, heart hammering so hard I could barely breathe. I slammed the door, locked it, and tore down the dirt track without even looking back. In the rearview mirror, just before the trees swallowed the cabin, I thought I saw her step out onto the porch, watching me leave. I didn't stop until I hit the motorway. Didn't stop until I was back in Manchester, locked inside my flat with all the lights on. I told Liam I had a great weekend. Thanks for the tip. I never told anyone else about what happened up there. Never went back. Sometimes late at night, I wonder if she's still there, in those woods, waiting for someone else to come. Or worse, maybe she's not waiting anymore. Maybe she's looking. But that's just my mind playing tricks, right? Still, I always double lock my doors now. Always. It was supposed to be a routine job. I'd been doing these maintenance tasks for years, so the idea of spending a few days alone in a remote cabin, fixing things up for a client, seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. The job was in the middle of nowhere, deep in the woods near Morrow's Ridge, about 30 miles outside of town. The cabin was tucked away off a narrow, poorly paved road, barely accessible without a four-wheel drive. Perfect for someone who wanted privacy. Maybe that's why the guy hired me. His name was Vincent Hale. He'd contacted me through a local contractors group, asking for repairs on an old cabin that had been in his family for years. The place hadn't seen much attention in a decade or so. The roof leaked, there were cracks in the walls, and the wiring was outdated. Simple stuff, but it meant I'd be staying there alone for a few days. I didn't mind. I'd been to a lot of remote places for work and never felt the slightest unease. Maybe that's why, on my first night at the cabin, I didn't think much of it when the sun dipped behind the trees, and I found myself alone with nothing but the sound of the wind and the occasional chirp of a bird. The cabin, though old and worn, had a solid feel to it. It creaked with the wind, but it was sturdy. I was comfortable, maybe too comfortable. By the second evening, I had the repairs underway, though the place was still a mess. The living room had dust in every corner, and the air smelled like stale wood. I hadn't bothered with much of a cleanup yet because I was focused on getting the rail work done, the roof, the plumbing, fixing the uneven floors. It was dark by the time I was wrapping up for the night, my tools scattered across the kitchen table. I went out to the porch for a breather, feeling the cold air bite at my face. I had no radio or phone signal, nothing but my own thoughts and the wind rustling through the trees. It felt quiet, almost too quiet, but that was just the isolation setting in. That's when I saw the lights. They came out of nowhere, 2 headlights, moving slowly through the forest. At first, I thought it might be a passing truck, someone lost. The road leading to the cabin was nearly invisible at night, so I wasn't sure how anyone would be able to find it. But the lights got closer, and I felt a little twinge of unease. The truck stopped at the edge of the clearing, its headlights cutting through the dark like twin searchlights. I squinted, trying to make out the figure behind the wheel. A man, dressed in a heavy jacket, leaned out of the truck window, his face obscured by the glare of the headlights. He didn't speak, didn't wave, just stared at me. I stood there for a moment, considering my options. This wasn't a place where strangers just happened to wander. Morrow's Ridge wasn't exactly a tourist spot. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice carrying across the distance. No response. After a few seconds, I turned back to the cabin, unsure if I should even bother with a conversation. The last thing I wanted was some random guy making a nuisance of himself. But then the truck moved forward. It didn't park or reverse. It just kept coming, creeping up toward the cabin. I froze, an uneasy feeling settling in my stomach. I hadn't expected anyone tonight, and I sure as hell didn't expect someone to be driving into my territory without so much as a hello. I watched as the truck slowed to a stop near the front door, the engine idling softly. The man's silhouette was still visible through the windshield. "Hey!" I called again, trying to shake the growing tension from my voice. "Who are you?" Finally, the truck door opened and the figure stepped out. A tall man, maybe in his late 40s or early 50s. His clothes were worn, faded, as though he had been working out in the elements for a while. His hair was graying, and his face was rough. Sunken cheeks, deep lines around the eyes. A heavy work coat hung over his frame, and his boots were caked with mud. "I'm just passing through," he said. His voice was gruff, like he hadn't spoken to anyone in days. "Saw your light. Thought I'd stop and see if you needed help." "I'm good," I replied, raising an eyebrow. "What do you mean, passing through? This place is off the beaten path." He chuckled darkly, his lips curling into a tight smile. "I know this land. Been around here for years. Didn't expect to see someone out here, though. Figured you might be lost." "Not lost," I said. "I'm just working on the cabin." "Ah, Vincent Hale's place," he said, nodding. "Knew the old man. Haven't seen this place in a long time. Not a lot of people come up here anymore." "Huh." His eyes studied me closely, scanning me from head to toe as if he were trying to figure me out. I felt a sudden prickling sensation down my back. Something about the way he was looking at me made me uncomfortable. "You're not a friend of Vincent's, are you?" I asked, trying to sound casual, though my hand instinctively went to the door handle. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't want him getting any closer. He seemed to hesitate, then shook his head. "Nah, no friends of his. Just an old acquaintance. I've been out in these woods a lot longer than most. Thought I might offer some company for the night." I didn't buy it. There was something off about him, something unsettling in the way his smile never quite reached his eyes. "I'm fine. You should keep going," I said, taking a step back toward the door. His expression flickered for a moment, his face darkening. "You sure? It's a long way out of here, especially at night. Might be good to have someone nearby." I didn't wait for him to finish. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my heart racing. My instincts were screaming that I had made a mistake, letting him get so close, even talking to him. I stayed in the dark for a while, staring out through the cracks in the window blinds, waiting for the truck to drive away. Minutes passed. I didn't hear the engine start. Instead, I saw the truck lights from the corner of the window, dimmed but still there. He wasn't leaving. The fear that had been growing inside me shifted into full-on panic. I had no idea who this man was, and I didn't know what he wanted. Maybe he was just some lonely guy who lived in the woods, but there was something about him, his stillness, his silence, that felt wrong. I grabbed my phone, but of course there was no signal. I hadn't expected it, but the sinking feeling that I was completely alone here started to hit hard. Time crawled. I don't know how long I sat there, my eyes glued to the small slit in the blinds, watching the truck, watching him. The world outside was dead quiet, the kind of silence you get when there's nothing for miles. At some point, I must have fallen asleep because I woke up with a jolt, disoriented. The truck was still there. The man was gone, but the truck hadn't moved. I was terrified. Something told me I wasn't safe. I had to do something, anything, but I couldn't think straight. The thought of running outside was enough to freeze me in place. I needed to check the perimeter of the cabin, but the more I thought about it, the more certain I became that something had already happened. The hours dragged on, and finally, at the first light of dawn, I felt brave enough to open the door. I cautiously stepped outside, heart hammering, looking around. The truck was still parked right outside the porch. And the man? He was nowhere to be seen. I was alone again, But now, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I needed to get out of there, but I didn't dare leave yet. Not with his truck sitting there. Not with the feeling that I was being watched. The rest of the day went by without incident. I tried to keep myself busy with work, but I couldn't shake the paranoia. I kept expecting to see him appear from the woods. When evening came again, I made the decision to leave. I couldn't stay here, not with him out there. I packed up quickly, throwing my tools and personal items into the truck. I didn't even stop to check the cabin, just started the engine and drove, not looking back. As I left the clearing behind, I caught one final glimpse of the cabin. It looked so peaceful in the fading light, a peacefulness I knew was false. What I didn't know, though, was that I wasn't alone anymore. I never saw him again, not in town or anywhere else. But I still think about that man sometimes, how close he got, how I was this close to finding out what happened next. I don't work alone in cabins anymore. I hadn't planned on staying in that cabin for long. In fact, I wasn't supposed to be there at all. I'd taken a wrong turn during my road trip through the forests of Central Oregon, heading west toward the coast. The rain had started coming down hard just as the last of the daylight faded, leaving me with nowhere to go but the first place I could find, an old cabin tucked just off the dirt road. I wasn't exactly thrilled about it at first, but I figured I'd be okay. A night in an isolated cabin, out of the rain, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. At the very least, I'd be out of the elements. I'd driven far enough to feel the pressure of fatigue creeping in, and the thought of setting up a tent in the downpour made me cringe. So, when I saw the cabin's silhouette through the trees, I decided to take a chance. I slowed my truck down, the tires spinning on the wet ground, before pulling up close to the cabin. It was small, one-story, with a slanted roof that had seen better days. The wood was weathered, stained with patches of moss and algae. Still, it looked sturdy enough, and the porch light was flickering weakly from the outside, so there was at least some sign of life. Maybe not recent, but it was there. I parked my truck by the cabin, rolled my sleeves up, and grabbed my backpack. The rain didn't show any signs of slowing down, and I figured I should move quickly before it became unbearable. I walked up to the door, the crunch of wet leaves underfoot the only sound breaking the heavy silence around me. The door was old, made of wood that looked like it hadn't been stained or treated in years, but it was solid. When I knocked, there was no response, but I figured no one was around. The door creaked open with a heavy groan, revealing a dark, dusty interior. The air smelled musty, thick with the scent of old wood and mildew. The faint glow of the porch light didn't do much to illuminate the inside, but I could make out the shape of a fireplace on one wall, with a small stack of wood beside it. The cabin seemed empty, untouched for years. I hesitated for a moment, but the sound of the rain against the roof was enough to push me inside. I closed the door behind me and set my backpack down on the wooden floor. The air inside was warmer than I expected, and I felt a sense of relief. It wasn't much, but it was better than being soaked and cold in the woods. I started a fire in the fireplace using a few sticks of wood from the stack. The crackling flames were a welcome sound, and the light from the fire flickered against the walls, casting strange, moving shadows across the room. I sat in front of the hearth, the warmth from the fire soaking into my skin, and for a moment, I almost forgot about the storm outside. The room was small, with old furniture scattered around. There was a worn-out couch by the wall, its cushions sunken and faded from years of use. A wooden dining table sat near the kitchen area, which was just a small space with a stove, a sink, and a few cupboards that seemed to be falling apart. Nothing about the place screamed luxury, but it had the essentials: a roof, some walls, and warmth. That was all I needed. As the hours passed, the storm outside only got worse. The rain beat against the cabin like it wanted to break through, and the wind howled in the trees. I was starting to feel tired, and the idea of getting some rest seemed more appealing by the minute. The fire was still crackling, but it was slowly dying down. I checked my phone to see if I had any service, but it had no signal. I wasn't worried about it. There wasn't much I needed to do other than wait out the storm. That's when I heard it. It was subtle at first, just a faint scratching sound coming from somewhere behind the walls. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe an animal outside, but it grew louder, more insistent, until I couldn't ignore it anymore. It sounded like something or someone was trying to get inside. I stood up slowly, my heart rate increasing just a little. The scratching stopped for a moment, but then came a soft thud, followed by a series of odd knocks, as if something was tapping on the walls, moving along the edges of the room. My first thought was that it was probably just rodents. After all, this was an old cabin in the middle of nowhere. But the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic to be just an animal. I moved closer to the wall, pressing my ear against it, hoping to hear something more definite. Nothing. I stood there for a moment, listening intently. The only sound now was the storm outside and the faint crackle of the fire. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. Could have been the house settling or something else. Something that wasn't worth worrying about. But then I heard it again. The sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy footsteps on the porch outside. I froze. I wasn't imagining it this time. I could hear them clearly. Footsteps dragging through the wet dirt. The sound of a boot sinking into the mud. Whoever it was, they weren't in a hurry. The steps were deliberate, measured, almost like they were waiting for something. My heart began to pound. I grabbed my backpack, quickly unzipped it, and pulled out the flashlight I kept in it. I flicked it on and aimed it toward the front door, which was still slightly ajar. There was no way I was going to leave it open. I needed to know if someone was out there. I slowly approached the door, the light from the fire dancing in the shadows, making everything feel strange and unsettling. As I reached for the door handle, I could hear the footsteps again, this time closer. I hesitated. Maybe it was just some lost traveler like myself, caught in the storm. But something about the deliberate pace made me uneasy. I opened the door slowly, peering outside. Nothing. The rain was coming down even harder now, and the wind whipped it sideways, making it hard to see anything clearly. But the porch was empty. No one was there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, but the unease lingered. I stepped outside, the wet ground squelching beneath my boots, and shined the flashlight around. There was no sign of anyone near the cabin. The rain had washed away any tracks that might have been left. I was alone again. I closed the door and locked it behind me, my mind racing. The storm outside was fierce now, and the wind howled through the trees, making everything feel a little bit more alive. I felt like someone or something was watching me, though I couldn't say why. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, a weight on the back of my neck that refused to let up. Hours passed. I sat by the fire, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. I didn't hear any more footsteps, but the strange feeling remained, gnawing at the edges of my mind. I kept my backpack close, not knowing why. It was as if something inside me was warning me to be prepared. Just as I began to drift off, a loud crash startled me awake. The fire had died down to embers, casting only a faint glow in the room. I stood up quickly, panic rising in my chest. Came from the kitchen. I grabbed the flashlight again and made my way toward the source of the noise. My mind raced, but I couldn't think of any logical reason for it. Had something fallen off the counter? Or was there someone in the house? I shone the flashlight into the kitchen, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. The counters were bare, the sink empty. Then, I noticed something, an object on the floor near the doorway. A knife, It wasn't mine. I had no idea where it had come from, but the realization hit me hard. Someone had been in the cabin. They had been here, maybe even watching me while I sat by the fire. I felt sick to my stomach. I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the room for anything else that seemed out of place. I couldn't explain what had happened or how it had gotten there, but I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone. I gathered my things and went for the door, my mind racing. I didn't care about the storm anymore. I didn't care about the rain or the cold. I needed to leave. Now, as I stepped outside, the howling wind and the sound of the rain enveloped me, but I didn't hesitate. I kept moving, not looking back. Hours later, I finally found my way back to the main road. The rain had begun to let up, but the air still felt thick with tension. I found a small town a few miles down the road, and after pulling into a gas station, I took a deep breath, grateful to be away from that cabin. It wasn't the storm that had scared me, it was what I hadn't seen, but I was sure of one thing. I wasn't ever going back there. It had been years since I'd last been back in this part of the country. Even now, driving along the narrow roads bordered by dense forests, my heart couldn't shake the tightness it felt. The old memories kept clawing their way to the surface, images I'd rather forget. But there I was, behind the wheel of my car, heading towards my ex-husband's cabin. The place where I had spent so much of my youth, a place that had been filled with laughter, love, and eventually grief. I hadn't even planned on stopping. But as I passed by the weathered wooden structure sitting lonely on the edge of the forest, I found myself turning the car down the familiar gravel driveway without a second thought. The cabin was smaller than I remembered. Time hadn't been kind to it. The roof sagged in places, and the wood had started to gray and split. It looked deserted, and I couldn't help but feel a cold shiver run down my spine as I parked in front of it. The cabin had once been our little haven, a place where we could escape from the world, from our families, from everything. But those days were long gone, buried in the past. I could still remember the first time I'd come here. I was 24, fresh out of college, eager to start my life with him. He had promised me that we'd build something together, something strong. But nothing lasts forever, and we had built this cabin together, brick by brick. Yet it was the foundation of our marriage that had eventually crumbled. When we split, I didn't come back. There was too much pain in the place, too much memory tied up in every nook and cranny. So the cabin had been left behind just like our marriage. I sat in the car for a while, staring at the structure. Part of me wanted to leave, to just drive away and never look back. But I couldn't. Something was pulling me closer, some unfinished business with the past that had to be settled. Finally, I gathered the courage to step out of the car. The air was thick with humidity from an earlier rain, and the woods surrounding the cabin were eerily quiet. The only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves as a breeze stirred them. I walked toward the front door, my steps crunching on the gravel beneath my boots. The door was still there, though the handle had long since rusted. I hesitated before turning it, but the door creaked open with ease, as if it had been waiting for me all this time. Inside, the air smelled stale, musty. The once cozy living room was now a shadow of what it had been. The furniture covered in dust, the fireplace cold and unused. Everything seemed frozen in time, as though the cabin had been waiting for me to return. The kitchen, once the heart of the home, was no better. Cabinets hung open, their shelves bare, save for a few old, forgotten dishes. A faint smell of mildew lingered in the corners. I ran my fingers over the counters, collecting dust that had settled here long ago. I didn't know what I expected to find, but it certainly wasn't this. I walked through each room slowly, touching things absent-mindedly, trying to remember the good times. But the memories, instead of bringing warmth, brought a chill. And then I found it. In the back room, the one we had turned into a small study, was an old, weathered box. It was tucked under the desk, hidden behind some forgotten papers. My heart skipped when I recognized it. It was the box where we had kept our shared dreams. Old photographs, travel brochures, plans for the future we'd never had. I knelt down and lifted the box, running my fingers over the delicate wood. I hadn't opened it since the divorce, and a part of me was reluctant now, as if doing so would reopen wounds I wasn't sure I could bear. But I couldn't stop myself. I opened it, and as I did, I was flooded with the memories we had tried to build here. And it hurt. It hurt more than I expected. But the thing that truly caught my attention was the letter. It was a note I had written to him just before the end. My handwriting was slanted, hurried, as if I had known that things were about to fall apart. I read it. It was short, just a few lines, but it hit me hard. It was a plea asking for one more chance to fix things. It was as if I had written it yesterday, the pain still so raw, so real. I hadn't expected to find this here, but somehow, in this cabin, this broken space filled with remnants of the past, I found it. I sat on the floor for a long time after that, lost in thought. The sun had begun to set, casting long shadows across the room. As the daylight waned, the cabin seemed to grow darker, colder, and that's when I started to feel it. It wasn't just the cold air that made me uneasy. It was the overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone. I stood up quickly, dropping the letter back into the box. I scanned the room. No one, but the feeling lingered, creeping along my skin like a cold hand brushing against my neck. I stepped back into the main room, my eyes darting from one corner to another. The silence was oppressive, and I realized I was holding my breath. That's when I heard it, a soft thud. It came from upstairs, where the bedrooms were. My heart thudded in my chest as I froze. It wasn't the wind. The house was still, too still. I felt a surge of panic. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon or some other creature that had wandered inside over the years. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag and slowly made my way up the stairs. The steps creaked beneath my feet, echoing in the silence. Each step felt heavier than the last. When I reached the top of the stairs, I hesitated. The hallway stretched in front of me, dark and empty, and then the thud came again. I moved toward the bedroom at the end of the hall, the one we had shared. The door was ajar, just a crack, and I could see the faint outline of furniture inside. The window was cracked open, letting in a sliver of moonlight. I pushed the door open, and my breath caught. There, sitting on the edge of the bed, was a figure, person. They were facing away from me, but I could tell they weren't moving. They were still, perfectly still. My heart raced in my chest, and I stepped back, my hand shaking as I gripped the flashlight. But before I could turn and run, the figure turned its head slowly. It wasn't my ex-husband. I froze, a jolt of terror running through me. The figure's eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. They didn't move, didn't speak, but something about the way they stared made my skin crawl. Couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't even look away. Then, without warning, the figure stood up and walked toward me, its footsteps quiet on the old wooden floor. In a panic, I turned and ran, stumbling down the stairs, my mind racing. I reached the door, pulling at the handle, but it wouldn't open. It felt like the air had thickened, pressing down on me, trapping me inside. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to break free. The door slammed open, and I ran out into the yard, the cool night air filling my lungs. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached my car, and even then, I could still feel the eyes on me, burning into my back. But when I finally started the engine and looked into the rearview mirror, there was nothing behind me. No one. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, had been watching me. I left the cabin that night and never returned. I never found out who or what it was in there, but I don't need to know. Some things are better left in the past where they belong. And as I drove away, I knew one thing for certain. Whatever was inside that cabin, it wasn't the past I had left behind. It was something much darker, and I was never going back to find out. It was the fall of 2017 when I decided to take a trip out to my uncle's old hunting cabin in western Montana. My name's Ryan Bishop. I was 32 then, living in Billings, working construction jobs, mostly roofing and framing. Life had been pretty loud for a while, between the work, the city, and everything else that piles up without you noticing. I needed quiet, real quiet, the kind you can only get when you're miles and miles away from anything that hums or beeps or buzzes. The cabin wasn't much, just 4 wooden walls, a tin roof that rattled when the wind kicked up, and an old wood stove that creaked and snapped through the night. It sat in the middle of a thicket of pines and scrub oak, about an hour's drive from the nearest dirt road, and even getting there meant taking a battered old trail that barely deserved the name. I had a beat-up Ford Bronco that could handle it, and that morning, the truck bed was loaded down with everything I thought I'd need for a week. Canned food, water, some old hunting gear, a cot, extra blankets, a few guns, and a lot of ammunition. It had rained earlier that week, and the trail was thick with mud. Tires spun and slid, and the Bronco groaned in protest. Branches scraped against the sides of the truck like fingernails. For the last mile, I ended up parking and walking the rest of the way in. The air smelled wet and clean, heavy with pine. Every footstep squelched in the mud, and my boots picked up half the forest by the time I got to the front door. The cabin looked the same as it always had, maybe a little more run down. The windows were grimy, the boards warped with rain and time. A pile of chopped wood leaned haphazardly against the side, still there from the last time someone had stayed, which must have been months ago. I got the door open with some effort. The wood had swollen in its frame and dropped my pack inside. The first thing I noticed once I got the fire going and the place warmed up a bit was the silence. Not city silence, not just an absence of noise. Real silence, like the trees and the dirt and the rocks were holding their breath. It was unsettling at first. My ears kept searching for something familiar, a car horn or a distant lawnmower, but there was nothing, just my own breathing and the pop of the fire. The first night went fine. I cooked a can of stew on the stove, drank a couple of warm beers, and stretched out on the cot with a thick old sleeping bag wrapped around me. I had a rifle leaned up against the wall within arm's reach, more out of habit than anything. I drifted off fast, the way you only can when you're bone tired. Somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning, I woke up, not because of a sound, but because of the lack of it. Even the fire had gone out, and the cabin had gone pitch black and cold. I lay there listening. There was a feeling you get sometimes, like the air shifts around you, heavy and wrong, and you can't explain why. That feeling was thick enough to choke on. After a while, I heard something, not from inside, but outside near the woods. A soft, slow crunch, like someone stepping carefully over the wet leaves and broken branches. I told myself it was just a deer, maybe an elk. They came close sometimes, drawn by the leftover salt lick out by the back of the cabin. Still, I sat up and listened harder. The footsteps were slow, measured, not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Whoever it was, and I was sure now it was a person, they were moving like they didn't want to be heard. I waited for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few minutes. Eventually, the steps faded off, swallowed by the forest. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat with the rifle across my knees until the first gray light started filtering through the trees. The next morning, I found tracks about 50 yards from the cabin. Boot prints, big ones, way bigger than mine. Whoever it was, they had circled the cabin in the mud, stopping now and then like they were looking at it, studying it. There were no tire tracks, no horse tracks, nothing to explain how they'd gotten there. I told myself it could have been a hunter. Someone lost, maybe looking for a landmark. People did stupid things out in the woods all the time. Still, my gut was tight. I loaded up the rifle, made sure the pistol on my hip was ready, and set about my day. I hunted for a few hours, mostly just wandering the woods, pretending like everything was normal. The whole time, though, I kept feeling watched. Not the vague, silly kind of feeling you get when you're alone, but something sharper, heavier, almost physical. Every now and then I'd stop and listen, but there was nothing but the wind moving through the pines. By late afternoon, the sky started to darken with heavy clouds, and I headed back to the cabin. I locked the door, bolted it from the inside, and pulled the heavy old dresser in front of it too, just for good measure. I lit the lamps, got a good fire going, cooked a meal, and tried to shake it off. That night it rained. A heavy, soaking rain that drummed on the roof and splashed down in thick sheets from the eaves. I sat up late, staring at the fire, sipping from a bottle of whiskey I'd brought along. The rain made it hard to hear anything outside, and part of me was glad for that. I figured whoever it was probably wasn't stupid enough to be wandering the woods in that weather anyway. When I finally crawled into the cot, I passed out hard. Dead sleep, the kind where you wake up and you have no idea where you are for a few seconds. It was almost dawn when I woke up, heart pounding. It wasn't a sound this time that woke me. It was a feeling again, heavy, pressing. I sat up slowly and listened. Something was inside the cabin. The fire had burned down to red coals, casting just enough light to see vague shapes. I didn't move, barely breathed. I scanned the room, every inch of it. There, near the window, I saw it. A shape, human, tall, standing completely still, facing me. For a long moment, we both just sat there. Me frozen in my bed. It standing by the window, the rain still hammering outside. I don't know how long it lasted. Could have been seconds, could have been minutes. Finally, I moved. Slow, careful, I slid my hand under the cot where the rifle was leaning. The second I touched it, the shape moved too. Fast, too fast. It bolted for the door. The dresser slammed against the frame as whoever it was shoved hard. The cabin shook. I racked around into the chamber, aimed at the door, and waited. But nothing else happened. No more pounding. No sounds at all except the rain. When the sun finally dragged itself over the horizon, I unbolted the door and eased it open. Whoever it was, they were gone. The tracks in the mud told the story. They had come right up to the window, stood there, watching me, then tried to break in when they thought I was asleep. When I moved, they ran. The weirdest part was the other tracks. The ones leading away from the cabin didn't head for the trail or the woods. They led deeper into the thickest part of the forest, the part where the trees grew so close together you could barely push through. I didn't waste time. I packed my gear in record speed, slinging it into the Bronco and tearing down that trail so fast I almost lost a wheel in the mud. When I got back to Billings, I told a few friends. They laughed it off, said it was probably just some backwoods weirdo, maybe a meth head or a hunter who got lost and freaked out. But something about it stuck with me. The way the shape stood so still, the way the tracks moved, not away from danger, but into it like they were going home. I never went back to that cabin, left it to rot out there in the woods. A few months later, I heard a story on the news about a missing hiker, gone without a trace from somewhere near that area. They never found him. Just a torn-up backpack and some boot prints that led into the woods and then just stopped. People said it was bears, mountain lions, bad luck. But I know better. There's something out there, deep in the woods, where the trees grow too close and the sun barely touches the ground. Something that watches, something that waits. I don't go hunting anymore. Not alone, not out there. Some places aren't meant for people. Some places never were. It was 2012 when I decided I needed to get away for a while. I was living in a small apartment in Spokane, Washington back then, working a construction job that just kept dragging me into the ground. Long days, short nights, and a constant ache in my back that made me feel 20 years older than I was. I was only 32, but you wouldn't have guessed it by the way I moved after a shift. I had saved up a little money, not much, just enough to take a week off and head out somewhere nobody could find me. A friend of mine, Tim, told me about this old hunting cabin his uncle used to own out near Priest Lake, Idaho. It was abandoned now, he said, but still standing. No electricity, no running water, but it was solid enough to sleep in if you didn't mind roughing it. That sounded perfect to me. I didn't need comfort. I needed space. I needed quiet. I needed to feel like I was the last man on earth for a little while. I packed light, a backpack stuffed with a couple changes of clothes, some canned food, a camp stove, a first aid kit, a hunting knife, a flashlight with extra batteries, and my old .22 rifle. I wasn't planning on hunting, but being out there alone, I figured it was smart to have something just in case. The drive took most of the day. The roads got worse the deeper I got into the woods, and eventually I had to leave my truck on the side of a narrow dirt path and hike the rest of the way in. By the time I found the cabin, the sun was low and bleeding through the trees like melted gold. It wasn't much to look at, just 4 walls of weather-beaten wood and a sagging tin roof, but it was standing. That was enough. I circled it once, checking for any big holes or signs of animals nesting inside. There were a few old claw marks around the door frame, probably from a bear years ago, but otherwise it looked all right. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and the air inside smelled like damp wood and old ashes. There was a fireplace built into one wall, a rusted metal bed frame without a mattress, and a rickety wooden chair tipped over in the corner. I set my pack down and stretched my legs, feeling the deep pull of exhaustion in my bones. The hike had taken longer than I thought, and my body wasn't used to this kind of effort anymore. That night, I built a small fire in the old fireplace and ate a can of beans straight out of the tin. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, staring into the flames. Outside, the wind moved through the trees, making the kind of low, whispering sound that never quite settles. Every now and then, I thought I heard something heavier than the wind. A branch snapping, maybe, or footsteps in the undergrowth. But it was probably just the woods settling in for the night. That's what I told myself, anyway. When the fire burned down low, I curled up in my sleeping bag and tried to sleep. The hard floor made my hips ache, and every noise outside seemed magnified in the dark. But eventually, exhaustion won out. The next morning, I woke up stiff and cold. The fire had gone out hours ago, and the cabin felt like a freezer. I stepped outside to stretch and take a leak, and that's when I noticed something that made my skin crawl a little. There were tracks in the dirt around the cabin. Not animal tracks.
Bootprints.
They circled the cabin once, then disappeared into the woods. I stood there for a long minute, just staring at them. They weren't mine, they were too big, too deep. Someone else had been here, recently, maybe even while I was sleeping. I told myself it could have been a hunter passing through, or maybe some kids screwing around. But the prints looked deliberate, careful, like whoever made them wasn't just passing by. They were checking the place out. I kept my rifle close after that. I didn't plan on using it, but having it in my hands made me feel a little steadier. The days passed slowly. I spent my time gathering firewood, boiling water from a nearby stream to drink, and sitting on the rickety porch, watching the trees sway in the breeze. I didn't see anyone else.
No hikers, no campers.
Just deer now and then, and once a black bear way off in the distance. But at night, it was different. At night, the woods felt alive. I kept hearing things. Soft thuds, the crack of twigs, breathing that didn't seem like it belonged to any animal I knew. I started sleeping with one eye open, the rifle resting across my lap. One night, just after I'd put the fire out and was settling into my sleeping bag, I heard something outside. It wasn't just a noise this time, it was footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunching in the leaves. They moved around the cabin, pausing every few steps. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sat up, gripping the rifle tight. I didn't dare make a sound. The footsteps got closer to the door. Then they stopped. I waited, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by. Finally, the footsteps moved away, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there in the dark, listening, the barrel of the rifle resting against my knee. The next morning, I found something hanging on the door, a small bundle of sticks tied together with what looked like fishing line. It wasn't there the night before. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it, feeling something cold crawl up my spine. It wasn't a prank. It didn't feel like a joke. Felt like a warning. I spent the day on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder. Every sound made me jump. I thought about packing up and hiking back to my truck, but part of me was too stubborn to leave. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself I could handle it. That night, I built the fire up bigger than usual and sat right in front of it, my rifle close. I kept my flashlight handy too. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time they were heavier, closer. Whoever it was wasn't trying to be quiet anymore. I sat frozen, staring at the door. The footsteps stopped right outside. Then something brushed against the wood. A slow, dragging sound, like fingers trailing across the surface. I raised the rifle, my hands shaking. Whoever was out there didn't try to open the door. They just stood there, waiting. Minutes crawled by. I didn't move. I barely breathed. Finally, the footsteps retreated. I waited until the sounds faded completely before I dared move. I didn't sleep at all that night. At first light, I packed up my gear and left. I didn't bother cleaning up. I just stuffed everything into my backpack, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and got the hell out of there. The hike back to the truck felt twice as long. Every rustle in the underbrush made me whip around, expecting to see someone or something following me. But I didn't see anyone. When I reached my truck, I found something sitting on the hood, another bundle of sticks tied together with the same fishing line. My stomach twisted into a knot. I scanned the woods, but saw nothing. I didn't waste any more time. I threw my pack into the truck, started the engine, and peeled out of there, tires spinning on the dirt road. I didn't stop until I was back in Spokane. For days after, I kept checking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone following me. I barely slept. Every noise outside my apartment made me jump. Eventually, the fear faded, but it never really left. I never went back to that cabin, never even thought about it. I don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. Maybe it was just some backwoods lunatic playing games. Maybe it was something worse. All I know is the woods aren't as empty as they look. And when you're out there, alone, you're never really alone. I learned that the hard way, and I never went looking for solitude again. It was the kind of night where the wind howled like it was trying to tell me something. The branches outside my grandmother's cabin creaked and groaned as though the woods themselves were speaking in a language I couldn't understand. I had always loved the cabin growing up. It was an old, creaky place built by my grandfather many years ago. It sat nestled in the woods, a few miles from the nearest town, so isolated that I'd forgotten what city noise sounded like. In the past, it had been a place of warmth, laughter, and family. But tonight, something felt different. I had come back alone. My parents had passed a few years ago, and my grandma, who had lived in the cabin her whole life, was now gone too. The house stood empty, just like it had for months. I decided it was time to clean it up a bit, maybe fix a few things and spend the night there. It seemed like the right thing to do, return to the place that had been such an integral part of my childhood. The weather had turned just as I arrived, rain pouring down in sheets, hitting the roof with such intensity that it drowned out any other noise. I had parked my car a little ways down the trail, as the road was too narrow to get too close. The forest around me was thick and uninviting, especially at night. The trees stretched up into the darkness, their twisted branches almost like skeletal hands reaching out. Inside, the cabin smelled like old wood and the faint trace of dust. It was a familiar scent, the kind that brought memories rushing back. I made my way to the kitchen first, where I grabbed a flashlight and started rummaging through the cupboards. I wasn't expecting much, just checking to see what was left behind, maybe find a spare light bulb or something useful. I moved from room to room, silently noting the things that had been left behind. There were old photographs on the mantel, my grandmother's faded quilt draped across the couch, and even some of her books on the shelves. It almost felt like she'd just stepped out for a moment and would be back soon. But I knew better. She wouldn't be coming back. The wind had picked up, and I noticed how it howled through the cracks in the cabin's old wooden walls. I set the flashlight down on the kitchen counter and sat down at the table for a moment to collect my thoughts. It was still early evening, but the rain and the relentless wind made the daylight seem like it had already faded hours ago. I figured I'd light the fireplace, make a cup of tea, and just sit and relax for a bit. I had always thought there was something a bit unsettling about the cabin, though maybe it was just my imagination. But as a kid, I had always felt that the woods surrounding the cabin had an air of mystery. My grandma had never seemed scared, but I remember her telling me stories of strange noises at night. Branches snapping when no one was outside, footsteps crunching in the snow when she was alone in the house. I had always dismissed them, thinking they were just her way of scaring me into being cautious in the woods. But tonight, alone in the cabin, those old stories felt less like nonsense and more like warnings. I decided to keep my mind busy by starting a fire in the fireplace. I hadn't done it in years, but I remembered how my grandma would carefully arrange the logs, making sure they were just right to catch the flame. I followed her method as best as I could, and after a few attempts, I finally saw the flicker of flames, the soft crackling filling the silence. With the fire now blazing, I sat back in my chair, letting the warmth spread through the room. But as I settled in, something caught my attention, the sound of something moving outside. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized it was more deliberate, a sound that came from somewhere just beyond the cabin's windows. I stood up, cautious but curious. I walked over to the window and peered out. It was hard to see through the rain, but I thought I saw something move in the trees. A figure, just at the edge of my vision. My heart rate quickened, and I stepped back from the window, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe an animal or just the shadows playing tricks on my eyes. But then the sound came again, a soft, deliberate crunch of footsteps, the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, walking through the underbrush. I froze. No one knew I was here. There was no reason for anyone to be out in these woods, especially at night in such bad weather. I grabbed the flashlight from the table, and I carefully opened the door. The cold air hit me like a slap to the face, but I stepped outside anyway, trying to steady my breathing. The woods seemed alive with sound, the rustle of leaves, the creak of trees, the patter of rain against the ground. But there was no sign of the figure. I stood for a few moments, scanning the shadows. My eyes strained against the darkness, but I could see nothing. I started to walk further into the woods, trying to make sense of the noises, but the further I went, the more unsettling everything became. The trees felt denser, the air heavier. I had no idea how far I had walked or how much time had passed, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. Something wasn't right. It wasn't just the isolation of the cabin or the wind playing tricks on my mind. It was something else. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A flash of movement, quick, deliberate. It was the figure again. This time, I was sure of it. Someone or something was out here and they were watching me. I stopped dead in my tracks, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. I had no weapon, no way to defend myself. I turned to head back to the cabin, but the sound of footsteps behind me made my blood run cold. Someone was following me. I didn't dare turn around. Instead, I picked up the pace, nearly running now, my heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't see the figure anymore, but I could hear them getting closer, the sound of their footsteps cutting through the underbrush. Just as I was about to reach the cabin, I heard a voice, a soft, almost inaudible whisper, as if someone was speaking directly into my ear. The voice wasn't familiar, and it wasn't like anything I had ever heard. It wasn't friendly, but it wasn't threatening either. It was just there. "Not alone," the voice whispered. I didn't look back. I burst into the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me and locking it with trembling hands. My pulse was racing. I felt as if I had just escaped something, but I couldn't explain why. The voice, the figure, everything felt wrong, but I had no explanation. I sat by the fire for hours, too scared to even sleep. I didn't dare go back outside. Every sound, every creak, every whisper from the wind made my skin crawl. But eventually, the night passed, and the morning light began to creep in through the cracks in the walls. The footsteps, the voice, they were gone. Everything was quiet again. The storm had stopped, and the woods seemed peaceful, like nothing had ever happened. I didn't stay much longer. By midday, I packed up my things and left the cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I drove back to town, the cabin disappearing behind me as I left the woods behind. But even now, whenever I think back to that night, I can't shake the feeling that the woods are still watching, waiting for someone else to wander in, just like I did. It was September 2004 when I decided to build a small cabin out by the woods near Lockhart, Texas. I was 29 years old back then, working odd construction jobs that didn't really keep me busy enough, and I guess I just wanted a project for myself. Something real, something I could say I built with my own two hands. I had no real plan drawn up, just a rough idea sketched on a crumpled piece of paper. A cabin no bigger than a large shed, for walls, a pitched roof, a little porch if I could get to it. No electricity, no running water, just something simple. I picked a spot a few miles out from town, right along a muddy old path that barely counted as a road anymore. Nobody came out this far. I figured I wouldn't be bothering anybody, and nobody would bother me. The land was part of some forgotten property line from a family I barely knew, and they gave me their blessing to use it, since they didn't do anything with it anyway. It was all thick oaks, tall dry grass, and stones underfoot, and when it rained, the whole place smelled like fresh earth and rotting wood. The first few days were dry, hot, and miserable. I worked by myself, loading beams of cheap pine I had bought secondhand into my old pickup and hauling them out to the spot. I brought basic tools, a handsaw, hammer, nails, a level, measuring tape. No power tools, just the old-fashioned way. The sun beat down on me every day, and by the time the frame started going up, I was already thinking this might have been a dumb idea. By the 5th day, the frame stood up tall, for solid walls outlined by simple beams. I had just started working on getting the roof joists in place when the sky changed. Texas weather doesn't give you a lot of warning. One minute it's clear, and the next it feels like the world is about to tear open. I remember hearing the wind first, a low moaning through the trees. The air turned cool and sticky, and the clouds dropped so low it looked like you could reach up and touch them. I had checked the weather before coming out, and they said chance of rain, but it felt heavier than that. I should have packed up and headed back to town right then, but I was stubborn. I told myself I'd just get a little more done. Maybe nail down the temporary rafters, put up a tarp, something quick. I figured even if it rained, it'd blow through fast. By the time I realized how wrong I was, it was too late. The first fat drops of rain hit the dirt while I was balancing a joist on my shoulder, trying to line it up. The ground sucked at my boots with every step. The frame of the cabin creaked and groaned as the wind shoved against it. I had thrown a thick plastic tarp over the half-finished roof, pinning it down with rocks and boards, but it was no match for the weather that was coming. Within half an hour, it wasn't just raining. It was pouring so hard you couldn't see past 10 feet. I was soaked through. The world around me blurred into a gray sheet, and the mud grabbed at my boots so bad I nearly lost one. The pickup was about 50 yards down the path, but it might as well have been a mile. I knew if I ran for it, I'd slip and fall, maybe worse, so I decided to hunker down inside the half-built cabin. It wasn't much, just the skeleton of a building. No doors, no real roof, gaps between the wall planks where the wind howled through. I sat down on an overturned bucket, pulled my jacket tighter around me, and listened to the storm rage. The rain didn't let up. Hours passed. The sky turned darker, not lighter, like the sun had given up. I had my watch on, but the numbers blurred in the dim light. I guessed it was close to 6 or 7 in the evening. It would get dark soon, and then I'd really be stuck. I kept myself busy at first, pacing the small floor, checking the tarp overhead to make sure it wasn't pooling with too much water, shoving loose boards against the gaps where the rain blew sideways through the walls. It helped a little, but not much. Time crawled. Every little creak of the wooden frame made my heart jump. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps outside. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but it didn't help much. The feeling I had, it wasn't panic exactly, but close. Like something just wasn't right. Something off. At some point, I spotted a movement through the gaps in the wall. A dark shape. My first thought was that someone else had gotten caught in the storm. Maybe a hunter or a lost hiker. I stood up, heart hammering, peering out into the rain. But when I blinked, there was nothing there but trees and gray mist. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. I was cold now, shivering in my wet clothes. My boots were caked in mud. I wished I'd brought a better jacket or at least a damn flashlight. The rain didn't stop. It got worse. Around 9 or 10 that night, the wind picked up to a shrieking howl. It slammed against the frame of the cabin, making the beams groan and rattle. The tarp flapped violently, tearing loose at one corner. Water sprayed through the open roof, drenching me even more. I thought about making a run for the truck again, but it was no good. In that mess, in the dark, I'd never find the path. Instead, I tried to make the best of it. I pulled a few spare boards into a rough corner, stacked them up like a crude wall to block the worst of the rain. Then I curled up against them, arms wrapped around my knees, jacket pulled over my head. It was a long night. I dozed a little but kept waking at every sound. The rain hitting the tarp, a crack of a tree branch snapping in the woods, the distant roar of wind. My body ached from the cold, my fingers numb. Sometime after midnight, I heard something else. Footsteps, clear, slow, squelching footsteps in the mud, just outside the wall. I froze, held my breath, The steps moved along the side of the cabin, soft at first, then heavier. I could almost picture someone circling the frame, slow and careful, like they were looking for a way in. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. For a few awful minutes, I just sat there, listening to the wet sounds of someone moving around the cabin. Then, nothing. Silence except for the rain. I waited for what felt like forever before I dared to move. I crawled slowly across the floor to a gap in the wall and peered out. Nothing. Just rain and darkness. I sat back down, heart still pounding so hard it hurt. Maybe it was an animal, I told myself. A deer or a wild pig. They come out in storms sometimes, confused, looking for shelter. Maybe, but I didn't believe it. I stayed awake the rest of the night, too afraid to close my eyes. I just sat there in the cold, counting the minutes, waiting for the sky to lighten. Eventually, it did. Morning crept in slow and gray, barely brighter than the night before. The rain was still falling, but softer now. A cold drizzle. I waited until I could see well enough, then got up and stumbled outside. The mud was deep, almost to my ankles. My truck was still there, half sunken in the muck. I looked around the cabin site, scanning the ground. And there they were, footprints, clear as anything. Big, heavy prints leading up from the woods, circling the cabin, then back into the trees. Not animal prints, boots, human boots, deep enough to tell they were fresh from last night. Someone had been out there walking around the cabin while I sat inside hiding. I didn't waste any more time. I sloshed my way to the truck, yanked open the door, and climbed in. The engine coughed once, twice, then started up. I slammed it into gear and tore out of there, the tires spinning in the mud. I didn't go back for 2 weeks. When I finally did, the cabin was just like I left it. No signs anyone had been there. No footprints, no broken boards. Just my half-finished project standing lonely in the clearing. I kept working on it after that, but I was never comfortable out there again. Every time the wind picked up, or a twig snapped in the woods, I jumped. I kept a heavy wrench close by just in case. I finished the cabin about 2 months later. It wasn't much to look at. Rough walls, leaky roof, a sagging little porch, but it was mine. I stayed a few nights here and there, camping out with a sleeping bag and a lantern. But I never stayed when it rained. And I never forgot that night, sitting soaked and shivering in the dark, listening to someone I couldn't see walking slow circles around the walls I'd built. The cabin's still there, far as I know. I don't visit much anymore. Too many memories. These days I live in a small house closer to town, where the rain just means wet roads and muddy boots, not long nights and things moving unseen through the trees. Looking back, I think about who or what was out there that night. Some lost soul caught in the storm, maybe. Some drifter looking for shelter. Or something worse, someone who meant harm, but decided against it for reasons I'll never know. Either way, I was lucky. Lucky to have made it through that night with nothing worse than a story to tell. Lucky that whoever was out there didn't decide to come through those half-built walls after all. And maybe that's all building that cabin ever really taught me. Out there, alone in the wild, you realize just how thin the walls are between you and everything else. Just a few boards, a tarp, and a little hope holding back the dark. The rain had been coming down steadily for hours, and the night had sunk deep into the woods. I was alone, a man in his early 30s, trying to unwind after a hectic year of work. The cabin was small, tucked away in a dense patch of trees in the middle of nowhere. My friend Jason had suggested this cabin for a quiet weekend away from the chaos of daily life. Jason and I had been friends since high school, and after he mentioned this cabin in a remote area, I thought it would be perfect. A couple of days in solitude, disconnected from everything. Jason wasn't with me this time. Something had come up on his end, and he couldn't make it. I didn't mind. The idea of being in a quiet, isolated cabin was still appealing. I figured the solitude would be refreshing, especially with the constant noise of my job and the stress that had been mounting. The cabin itself was old, likely built in the early 1900s, with walls that creaked whenever a gust of wind blew through the trees. But it was cozy, with a fireplace that crackled and warmed the space, an old wood stove for cooking, and a small but functional kitchen. The rain hit the roof with a rhythmic patter, almost like a lullaby. I was curled up in the living room, a hot cup of coffee in my hand, staring at the dancing flames in the fireplace. The world outside felt distant, a dark, quiet world that seemed to be held at bay by the sturdy cabin walls. As the night wore on, I started to feel a bit of unease. It wasn't anything specific, just a nagging feeling, like being watched. I dismissed it. The wind howled louder now, rattling the windows in their frames, but still, nothing seemed out of place. The feeling grew, though. It wasn't just the wind or the rain. It was as if there was something wrong. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I turned off the lights, deciding to head to bed. I had been up for most of the day, and the exhaustion was starting to catch up with me. The old bed creaked as I climbed into it, and the woolen blanket smelled faintly of cedar, the kind of smell that made the cabin feel like it belonged to a different era, one that didn't know the comforts of modern life. The fire in the living room had burned low, casting long shadows across the room. Just as I started to drift off, I heard something, a sound from outside. It was faint at first, barely noticeable over the rain, but it was there, a faint scratching noise. It sounded like something scraping against the wood. I sat up, my heart rate quickening. The wind had picked up again, howling outside, so it could have just been that. But the more I listened, the more distinct it became. I pushed the blankets off and got out of bed, my bare feet cold against the wooden floor. My breath was steady, but my senses were alert. I couldn't see anything from the bedroom window, but the sound was unmistakable. It wasn't the wind. Someone or something was out there. I grabbed the flashlight from the table beside the door, clicked it on, and slowly made my way toward the front door. I stopped just short of it and stood still, listening intently. The sound was louder now, almost rhythmic, like someone was pacing back and forth just outside. My first thought was a raccoon or maybe a deer, something small, harmless, just drawn to the cabin in the night. But then the scraping sound stopped. Complete silence. I waited, my hand gripping the flashlight, ready to open the door if needed. Another minute passed. Then there was a sharp knock. It was loud, deliberate. I froze. My mind raced, trying to piece together what I had heard. A knock? Who would be out here in this storm at this hour? And why would they knock? I didn't know anyone nearby, not for miles. The nearest neighbor, if you could call them that, was over a half-hour drive away. I swallowed hard, wondering if I should open the door. I stepped back, unsure of what to do. Then, just as I was about to turn away, the knock came again, louder, more forceful this time. I jumped, my heart skipping a beat. Without thinking, I moved to the window, shining the flashlight out into the yard. The beam cut through the rain, illuminating the surrounding trees, but nothing was there. The darkness seemed endless. I returned to the door, my mind swirling with possibilities. I knew it couldn't be Jason. He wasn't due until tomorrow, and this wasn't like him to knock this way. I hadn't heard a car pull up either, which would have been hard to miss in this downpour. I stood there for several more minutes, trying to collect my thoughts, my pulse racing. The knock hadn't come again, but the silence was just as unsettling. I decided to check the outside. Whatever this was, I needed to know. I grabbed a jacket from the coat rack and slipped it on, taking a deep breath before opening the door. The rain hit me instantly, cold and biting. I looked around the cabin, squinting against the downpour. The yard was empty, not even the slightest movement in the trees. The wet earth sucked at my boots as I moved out onto the porch, my flashlight cutting through the night. No one. The feeling of unease hadn't left, though. It lingered like a thick fog. I couldn't shake the thought that something or someone was out there, watching. I didn't want to be outside any longer. I quickly stepped back inside and shut the door behind me. My pulse slowed, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I bolted the door and locked it, taking a deep breath as I leaned against the wall. I was being ridiculous, I thought. It's just the isolation getting to me. But as I turned back to the living room, I noticed something strange. The fire was burning again. I was sure I had left it to die down to a few embers before heading to bed. But now, the flames were high again, flickering in the hearth. A chill ran through me. I approached the fire cautiously, my mind racing for an explanation. Maybe the wind had knocked something over, stirring the flames back to life. But nothing was out of place. The logs were neatly arranged, as they had been before. The only thing I noticed was a small, black object lying on the floor near the fire. I bent down to pick it up, and my stomach churned. It was a stone, a smooth, rounded stone, the kind you'd find along a riverbank. It didn't belong here. I couldn't remember seeing it before. I didn't recall anything like it being around when I first arrived. Had someone placed it there? The thought sent a wave of dread through me. I checked the windows again, but there was no sign of anyone outside. I dropped the stone onto the table and went back to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of everything that had happened in the last hour. The knock, the scratching, the stone. I couldn't stop thinking about it. As the rain continued to batter the cabin, I stayed awake, listening intently for any sound, anything that might explain what was going on. But the night passed in eerie silence. I didn't sleep a wink. The next morning, when the first light of day filtered through the trees, I quickly packed up my things. I wasn't taking any chances. There was something wrong about this place, something I couldn't explain. As I loaded my bags into the car, I glanced back at the cabin. The door, which had been locked and bolted, was wide open. I never went back to that cabin. It was supposed to be just another quiet job, a standard repair that would take no more than a few hours. My boss, Dave, called me up early on a Friday morning to ask if I could head out to the cabin in the woods. The place was isolated, and though I didn't mind the solitude, something about the request felt off. He mentioned that the cabin needed some work on the furniture, and he'd promised me a good bonus if I could get it done quickly. Money's money, and the idea of extra cash was enough to push aside any lingering doubts I might have had. Dave owned a small furniture business, and as the lead mechanic, I was the one who took on the big repairs. The cabin itself was something he'd inherited years ago and never bothered to fix up. It wasn't in the best shape, but it was one of those places that seemed to have a kind of charm about it, despite its weathered appearance. The cabin wasn't far from where we worked, about an hour's drive out into the forest, a remote area far enough to feel disconnected from the world, but close enough that you knew someone could hear you scream if necessary. I grabbed my toolbox, threw it in the back of my truck, and set off without thinking too much about it. I didn't even bother telling anyone where I was going. Just a habit of mine. I like to work alone. The drive out to the cabin was smooth for the first 30 minutes, but as I turned onto the gravel road leading to the property, things started to feel different. The woods grew denser, the trees more twisted and dark. The sun was covered by thick clouds, casting a gray pall over the entire landscape. It wasn't raining, but the air was heavy, like it was about to. The cabin came into view after a few more miles. It wasn't much to look at, small, 2 stories with a porch that sagged to one side. The wood was cracked and faded, but it looked like it had held up well over the years. There was a faint smell of pine and wet earth, but it wasn't unpleasant. I parked the truck, grabbed my tools, and approached the front door. It was locked. I tried the knob, but it wouldn't budge, so I knocked. There was no answer. I wasn't surprised. Dave had mentioned the cabin was rarely used, and I assumed he was out running errands or something. I pulled out my phone to check the time, 2:30 p.m. I'd planned on being back by evening, but something about the place didn't sit right with me. I could feel the silence pressing in. The birds weren't singing, no wind rustled the trees, and there was a sense of stillness that seemed unnatural for a place so deep in the woods. After waiting for a few minutes, I decided to go around the side of the cabin and check the back door. That one was unlocked. I stepped inside cautiously, my boots creaking on the old wood floor. The air inside smelled stale and musty, a mix of mildew and something else I couldn't place. I pulled out a flashlight, flicked it on, and started to look around. The first room was the living area, with worn-out furniture and an old stone fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Dust lay thick on every surface, and cobwebs hung in the corners of the room. The floorboards groaned beneath my weight, and I winced each time I took a step, afraid I'd fall through. There were a few pieces of broken furniture, nothing unusual for an old cabin that hadn't been maintained. But as I walked deeper into the cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I went into the small kitchen, expecting to find more of the same. Abandoned, unused, but the kitchen was strangely tidy. The sink was clean, and the counter was free of debris. The refrigerator, however, was a different story. It stood ominously in the corner, its door slightly ajar, as if someone had been there recently. I hesitated for a moment before opening it, half expecting something horrifying inside. To my relief, it was empty, except for a few cans of food and a bottle of water. I sighed and shook my head. It was just an old place, nothing to worry about. After checking the rest of the downstairs, I climbed the creaky stairs to the second floor. The hallway up top was narrow, and every door seemed to lead to a small bedroom. I entered the first one, which was sparsely furnished with a single bed, a nightstand, and a small dresser. But what caught my attention was a large, antique mirror hanging on the wall, reflecting the dim light from the hallway. I took a step closer, but as I did, I noticed something odd. The reflection in the mirror wasn't quite right. At first, I thought it was just the angle of the light, but there was a shadow in the corner of the room that shouldn't have been there. I turned quickly, my heart racing, but the room was empty. I felt a chill run down my spine. The rest of the rooms upstairs were just as I expected. Old, unused, and filled with dust. I made my way back downstairs, thinking I'd get to work on the furniture and get out of there as quickly as possible. It was when I walked back into the living room that I heard something. A faint sound, like someone moving around upstairs. I froze, listening intently. The sound stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe it was just the wind. But then I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, as though someone was walking around in one of the rooms above. I wasn't imagining things. I could hear them clearly. Someone was upstairs. My heart pounded in my chest. I wasn't one to get scared easily, but this felt off. There were no other cars outside, and I had heard no voices when I arrived. I hadn't seen anyone else come in either, but still, the footsteps continued, one after another, slowly moving across the floor above me. I grabbed my toolbox and moved towards the stairs, trying to be as quiet as possible. The feeling of being watched crept up on me, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. I reached the bottom of the stairs and hesitated for a moment before making my way up, each step creaking under my weight. When I reached the top, the footsteps stopped. I stood in the hallway, listening for any sound, any movement, but there was nothing. The silence was suffocating. I pushed open the first bedroom door. Empty. No one was there. I did the same for the next room, then the third. Still nothing. But the last door at the end of the hall, it was closed. I didn't remember it being closed before. My heart raced again as I slowly reached for the door handle. I turned it and pushed the door open. The room was dark, but I could make out the shape of something lying on the floor. I flicked on my flashlight and aimed it at the figure. It was an old man, lying face down on the floor, his clothes torn, his skin pale. He was motionless. I rushed over to him, kneeling beside the body. There was no pulse, no sign of life. I didn't know who he was, but he didn't belong here. I felt a strange mixture of fear and confusion. How had he ended up here? There was no way he could have come in while I was working. The door had been locked when I arrived. I stood up quickly, my mind racing. I needed to leave. I grabbed my tools and headed for the door. Just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, I heard the unmistakable sound of a door slamming shut upstairs. I ran out of the cabin without looking back. I didn't care if the job wasn't finished. I just needed to get away. I jumped into my truck, slammed the door shut, and floored the gas pedal. I never went back to that cabin, and I never asked Dave about it either. The police never found out what happened, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever was in that cabin, whatever I heard and saw that day, it was real, and I was lucky to get out alive. It had been a long time since I'd ventured out into the woods. Years, in fact. But when my old friend Charlie called and asked if I wanted to go out to his cabin, I figured I could use the break. Work had been stressing me out, and the city was beginning to feel suffocating. A few days away in nature, in isolation, sounded like exactly what I needed. Charlie was a quiet guy, the kind of person who could disappear for days or weeks at a time without anyone really noticing. He'd built a cabin deep in the woods of northern Pennsylvania years ago, far off any beaten path, with no real neighbors for miles. It wasn't a luxury cabin by any means. It was small, practical, and meant for solitude, not comfort. But that was the appeal, wasn't it? A break from everything, a reset. The drive up was uneventful. Just the long stretch of highway, then the narrow, winding roads cutting through the woods. The kind of roads where your tires could easily slip off if you weren't careful. I made it up just before sunset, the sky a pale orange as I navigated the final few miles. I'd barely seen another car, which didn't bother me. The more isolated, the better. When I pulled up, the cabin looked like something out of an old horror movie. It wasn't falling apart or anything. Charlie had always taken care of it, but it had a worn-down look. The paint was chipped, the windows a little foggy, the wooden beams showing their age. It was set up on a small hill with a view of a creek running 100 yards or so down the slope. The trees around it were dense, the kind of thick forest that swallowed up sound. No birds chirping, no rustling in the underbrush, just the stillness. Charlie was waiting outside. He gave me a nod as I parked the truck and stepped out. He didn't say much, which was typical for him. He was in his mid-40s, tall, with a weathered face and scruffy hair. He had that kind of rugged look that seemed almost out of place in the modern world. "Good to see you," he said finally, a slight smile pulling at the corners of his lips. I nodded back, feeling the weight of the quiet surrounding us. "How've you been?" He shrugged, his eyes scanning the trees around the cabin before meeting mine again. "It's been good. You'll like it here, man. It's quiet, perfect for clearing your head." I followed him inside, the cabin smelling like wood and something faintly musty, but not unpleasant. The space was simple, just a few couches, a small kitchen area, and a stone fireplace at one end. There was a table with maps and old newspapers scattered on it, some of them yellowing with age. It wasn't much, but it was enough for a guy who just needed a place to get away. He showed me to the spare room, a small bedroom with a simple bed, a dresser, and a single window overlooking the woods. The view was peaceful, if you could call it that, just endless green stretching into the horizon. Perfect place to clear your head, I thought. Later that night, we sat in front of the fire, sipping beers. Charlie didn't talk much. He wasn't much of a conversationalist, but I didn't mind the silence. Sometimes just having someone there was enough. We'd been friends for years, but we didn't need to fill the space with words. The fire crackled, and the shadows in the cabin danced across the walls. It wasn't uncomfortable, but something felt off. The cabin had a strange kind of stillness to it, the kind that creeps into your bones when you realize how quiet the world around you really is. I thought I heard something outside. Maybe an animal, a branch snapping underfoot. But when I looked out the window, all I saw was the blackness of the trees, unmoving. Charlie must have noticed my glance because he looked up and gave me a half smile. You'll get used to it. It's just the woods. They're alive in their own way. I didn't respond, just took another sip of my beer. My eyes drifted back to the fire, the flames dancing in the hearth. A strange feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. I brushed it off. It was probably just the isolation, the change of environment. It wasn't like I had never been in the woods before. We went to bed early, the kind of early you do when there's nothing else to do but sleep. The wind outside had picked up, and the sound of the trees swaying in the breeze created a low, rhythmic noise. I lay in the bed, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the night. That's when I heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, like something scraping against the wood. I told myself it was just the wind, or a branch, or maybe the house settling. But then it came again. This time it was louder, closer. I sat up in bed, my heart starting to race. It was too dark to see anything outside, and the window wasn't big enough to get a clear view. I thought about getting up to check, but something held me there, an instinct, maybe, a sense that I shouldn't move. The sound stopped. I waited in the silence, straining my ears for any sign of movement, but all I could hear was the wind rustling the trees. My mind was playing tricks on me, I decided. It had to be. The next morning, I woke up with a strange unease in my chest. The sunlight filtered in through the window, casting soft shadows on the walls. It was peaceful again, but that feeling from the night before still lingered. Charlie was already up, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee. He didn't say anything about the noises I'd heard, which made me feel like I might have imagined them. But then, he said something that caught me off guard. You know, this place, it's got a history, not a good one. I looked at him, confused. What do you mean? He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes distant. People used to live here long before I bought it. Family. But something happened to them. Never found out what. All I know is that after they left, no one's been up here for years. I raised an eyebrow, unsure if he was joking. What happened to them? He just shrugged. I don't know. No one does. They say it's bad luck around here, but I've never felt anything wrong. I mean, I wouldn't stay up here if I thought something was really off. I didn't say anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't just the cabin. It was the way the woods seemed to press in around it, like they were hiding something. We spent the day outside, hiking and exploring the surrounding area. Charlie was right about one thing. It was peaceful. No distractions, no city noise. Just the rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. But as the sun began to set, I felt that unease again, like something was watching us, lurking just out of sight. That night, we sat outside by a small campfire. The air was cool, and the sky was clear. The stars shone bright, but there was something in the distance, something off about the woods that I couldn't put my finger on. I glanced over at Charlie, but he seemed lost in his thoughts. his gaze fixed on the flames. The fire crackled, and I was about to ask him if he had any more stories about the place when I heard it again. That faint scraping sound, closer this time, like something or someone was moving around the cabin. I felt my pulse quicken. I tried to ignore it, but the sound kept getting louder. I stood up, feeling the weight of the night pressing in around me. "Charlie," I said, my voice low, "do you hear that?" He didn't answer at first, just stared out at the trees. Then finally he nodded slowly. "Yeah, I hear it. It's probably just an animal, maybe a raccoon or something." But I wasn't convinced. There was something about the sound that wasn't right. It was too deliberate, too methodical. It wasn't the sound of an animal at all. We both sat in silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound breaking the stillness of the night. My eyes kept darting toward the trees, watching for any sign of movement. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The scraping stopped suddenly, replaced by the faintest thud, like something had dropped from the trees. I jumped, and Charlie seemed to snap out of his trance. "Let's head inside," he said, his tone a little sharper than usual. "It's late." I didn't argue. We gathered up our things and made our way back to the cabin, the feeling of unease hanging heavily between us. When we got inside, Charlie locked the door behind us. He didn't say much after that, but I could tell he wasn't exactly calm either. I lay awake that night, unable to shake the feeling that we weren't alone out there. The wind howled outside, and the trees creaked in the darkness. And just before I drifted off to sleep, I thought I heard something, soft, almost imperceptible, like a whisper on the wind, a rustling in the woods. The next morning, Charlie acted like nothing had happened. He was quiet as usual, but I could see that something had changed. He was on edge, watching the woods around us with a new wariness that I hadn't noticed before. We spent the rest of the day preparing to leave. I wasn't about to stick around any longer. Whatever was out there, it wasn't an animal, and it wasn't just my imagination. Something was wrong with that place, and I had no intention of finding out what. We packed up our things and left, the woods seeming to close in behind us as we drove away. The further we got, the lighter I felt. It was like I could breathe again. And though I didn't ask Charlie about it again, I knew something was out there. Something had been watching us. I was 34 years old when I bought the cabin. It was a rough time in my life. The year was 2017. I had just left a long, messy relationship and moved back to my hometown in southern Ohio. I wasn't close to anyone anymore. Most of my old friends had moved on, gotten married, left the state. My parents lived 2 hours away and we didn't talk much. I had some savings and a desperate need to get away. So when I found the listing for an old, cheap cabin in a rural county I barely remembered visiting as a kid, I didn't hesitate. The price was dirt cheap, and I figured I could fix it up myself over a few months. Maybe even stay there longer if I liked it. The listing barely mentioned that the cabin sat just a few hundred yards from an old graveyard, one of those half-forgotten pioneer cemeteries you sometimes see out here, tucked into a corner of the woods. At the time, I didn't think twice about it. I was more focused on the price and the pictures. An old, square-shaped cabin with sagging wood, a little covered porch, and a half-acre of woods all around it. It looked peaceful, secluded, exactly what I thought I needed. The first time I saw it in person, it was late March. The trees were still bare, the ground a soggy mess from recent rains. The road that led to the cabin was just a gravel lane, pitted and washed out. My old pickup groaned over the potholes as I drove the last mile. The cabin looked rougher in person. The wood was gray and weathered. The porch leaned forward slightly, and some of the windows were cracked. Still, it had charm. You could tell someone had cared about the place once. There was even an old, rusted rocking chair on the porch, though it looked like it hadn't been used in years. The graveyard was harder to miss than I expected. It sat about 200 yards behind the cabin, just over a little rise. There were maybe 30 stones, most of them crooked or broken, their writing faded by time. A couple of the larger markers leaned against each other like old men too tired to stand. A sagging wire fence surrounded it, though whole sections had fallen down. The woods pressed close all around, making the clearing feel small and lonely. I told myself it didn't bother me. People get buried everywhere. A graveyard's just a place. Stones and bones. Nothing to be afraid of. I signed the papers the next week. The first month passed quietly. I spent my days cleaning out the cabin, hauling out trash, repairing the porch, patching up the leaks in the roof. At night, I'd sit by the little wood stove, reading or listening to the old radio I found tucked away in a cabinet. There was no cell signal out there, no TV reception. It was just me and the woods. Sometimes I'd sit outside and watch the trees move in the wind, the sky stretching black and endless overhead. I told myself I liked the peace, but I didn't sleep well. First, it was just the noises. The cabin popped and creaked at night, the way old buildings do when the temperature drops. The woods were full of sounds too, distant rustlings, the snap of branches underfoot. I tell myself it was just animals, deer, raccoons, maybe a coyote. I kept a loaded .38 in the drawer by my bed just in case, but I never had to use it. Still, I'd find myself waking up 4 times a night, heart pounding for no reason. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Light, slow ones, just a few steps, then nothing. I'd sit there in bed, holding my breath, listening so hard it hurt. But I never saw anything when I looked out the window. The second month, things got worse. One evening, early May, I went out to chop some firewood. The sun was going down, turning the sky a deep gold. I had just split a few logs when I caught something out of the corner of my eye. Movement up by the graveyard. I turned, axe in hand. At first, I didn't see anything. Just the leaning stones, the broken fence, the tangled grass. Then I saw it. A figure standing just beyond the graveyard fence, half hidden among the trees, still as a statue. It was too far to make out clearly, maybe 50 yards, but it looked like a man, tall, thin, wearing something dark, maybe a coat or maybe just shadows. Couldn't tell. He wasn't moving. He just stood there, facing me. I stared for a long time, heart thudding. Finally, I called out. I didn't even think about it, just shouted a gruff, "Hey!" across the clearing. The figure didn't move. I set down the axe and started walking toward the graveyard, keeping my eyes on him the whole time. About halfway there, I blinked, just a second, and when I looked again, he was gone. I stopped, listened, looked around. Nothing. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Shadows. Maybe a tree stump that looked human from the right angle. I walked all the way to the graveyard fence, peered into the woods. There was no one there. The woods were quiet, just the occasional chirp of a bird, the whisper of the wind. Still, I didn't chop any more wood that night. After that, I started noticing other things, little things. One morning, I woke up and found muddy footprints on the porch. They were faint, like someone had been walking around after a rainstorm, barefoot. I thought maybe it was an animal at first, a raccoon, a stray dog, but the prints were too big, too human. Another night, I came back from town. I'd driven in to get groceries and found the front door slightly open. I knew I had locked it. I was sure, but there it was, swinging gently in the breeze. Inside, nothing seemed missing, but the thought of someone going through my things made my skin crawl. I started locking the door with a heavy deadbolt I installed myself. I nailed the windows shut. At night, I kept the .38 within arm's reach, but the feeling of being watched never went away. One evening, I decided to walk up to the graveyard just before sunset. I wanted to prove to myself there was nothing to be afraid of, that it was just an old patch of ground and stones, nothing more. The grass was knee-high, thick and tangled. The stones leaned at crazy angles. Some had crumbled entirely. Most of the names and dates were too faded to read, but a few were still clear. Infant daughter, 1883. Sarah G., 1851 to 1874. William M., 1809 to 1865. I wandered among the graves, feeling uneasy but determined. The woods pressed close around the clearing, the trees tall and dark against the sky. Then I noticed something, a fresh patch of dirt, right near the center of the graveyard, behind a tall, cracked headstone. The ground had been disturbed. The grass was torn up, the dirt loose and dark, like someone had been digging. Recently, there was no grave marker there, no reason anyone should have touched it. I stared at the disturbed ground for a long time. Then I heard a sound, a soft, scraping noise from the woods beyond the graveyard. I turned, heart hammering. There was someone there. I was sure of it. I couldn't see them, but I could feel their presence like a weight on my chest. Watching, waiting. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked, not ran, just walked, back to the cabin. I didn't look back. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing noises outside, footsteps, breathing. Once, I thought I heard the porch boards creak, like someone shifting their weight outside the door. I lay there in the dark, gun in hand, every muscle locked tight. Morning couldn't come fast enough. The next day, I decided I had to do something. I wasn't crazy. Someone was messing with me. I didn't know why. Maybe a drifter, maybe some sick local playing games, but I wasn't about to sit around and wait for things to get worse. I drove into town and talked to the sheriff's office. They were polite but dismissive, said they'd send a deputy out to take a look, but made it clear they didn't think much of my story. Probably kids, they said. Probably nothing. No one came that night, or the night after. By the third night, I was on edge, snapping at every little sound. It was raining, a cold, steady drizzle that blurred the world outside the windows. I sat in the living room with the stove burning low, the .38 on the table beside me. Around midnight, I heard it. A knock, soft, barely there, at the front door. I froze. Another knock, a little louder. I picked up the gun and moved to the door, heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't open it. Instead, I called out just one sharp word. Silence. I waited. Then, very slowly, the doorknob started to turn. I raised the gun and shouted, loud and harsh. The knob froze. Then footsteps, light, quick, retreating into the rain. I waited 5 minutes before cracking the door open and looking outside. Nothing. Just the rain and the dark. The next morning, I found footprints in the mud, barefoot, human, leading from the graveyard to my porch and back again. I knew then I couldn't stay. I packed what little I had, clothes, a few tools, my gun, into the truck and left that afternoon. I didn't even lock the door behind me. I never went back. I sold the cabin to some out-of-state buyer 6 months later. Took a loss on it, but I didn't care. I don't know who or what was out there in those woods watching me, but I do know this: it wasn't a ghost. It wasn't some supernatural thing. It was a person, a real, breathing person. Maybe someone who lived out there, half-feral, hiding in the trees. Maybe someone who thought of the graveyard as theirs. Maybe someone who didn't like me being there. And maybe, just maybe, someone who had already done terrible things. That fresh patch of dirt in the graveyard still haunts me. Because the truth is, I don't think it was an old grave. I think it was a new one. And I think if I had stayed just a few more nights, it would have been mine. It was late October when I decided to take a trip to my uncle's old cabin. The place had been passed down through the family, but nobody had really used it for years. My uncle had been the last to live there, and after he passed away, the cabin was left to sit. I had fond memories of staying there during summer vacations when I was younger, but the thought of spending a night alone there as an adult made me nervous. I was in my late 30s, mid-level career, married with no kids. Life had been full of noise, work, traffic, people. The cabin, deep in the woods, seemed like the perfect place to get away from everything for a while. So, on a Saturday morning, I packed up my truck, grabbed a few essentials, and set off. The drive was longer than I remembered. The road to the cabin wound through miles of dense forest, the kind that swallowed sound, leaving only the hum of my engine. I knew the way, but it still felt like the woods were pressing in on me from all sides. The cabin was about 2 hours outside of town, located on a plot of land my uncle had bought decades ago. It wasn't much, just a small, weathered structure that had seen better days. There were a few old tools around the yard, long and used and covered in rust, and the porch creaked as I stepped onto it. The cabin itself was simple. Wooden beams, a tin roof, and a couple of windows that let in little light. I took a deep breath and made my way inside, the smell of old pine and dust filling my lungs. The furniture looked like it had been left exactly where my uncle had last placed it. The couches covered in faded blankets, the kitchen stocked with a few cans of food that had long since passed their expiration date. I wasn't planning on staying too long, just one night to clear my head, but I knew it was going to be an interesting experience. The first few hours passed quietly. I spent the afternoon unpacking and setting up a fire in the old wood stove. The fire crackled and popped, its warmth chasing away the chill that had settled in the cabin. Outside, the wind started to pick up, and dark clouds began to roll in. I knew the forecast had called for rain, but there was something about the way the sky had darkened so quickly that unsettled me. As night began to fall, I could feel the atmosphere shift. It wasn't just the storm that was coming. It felt like the world around me was holding its breath. The wind howled, rattling the windows and shaking the trees. I sat by the fire, reading a book I had brought along. Every so often, I would hear a strange creaking noise from the roof or the floorboards. At first, I dismissed it as the house settling, but there was something different about it. By the time the rain started, the storm had picked up in intensity. I could hear the sound of it pounding against the roof and windows. It was like being trapped inside a drum. The wind howled through the trees, and the occasional crack of thunder shook the walls. There was a strange sense of isolation out here that I hadn't expected. The kind of isolation that wasn't peaceful but oppressive. I stayed up late, watching the storm from the windows, trying to make sense of the growing unease in my stomach. The storm was fierce, the kind that makes you second-guess the strength of the roof over your head. By midnight, I decided to turn in. I doused the fire, though the glow from the embers still lingered. I closed the shutters and locked the door, more out of habit than necessity. The first few hours of sleep were fitful. Every gust of wind seemed to shake the cabin, every crack of thunder sending a jolt of fear through me. I lay there in the dark, trying to convince myself that everything was fine, that it was just a storm, just a quiet night in an old cabin. But as I turned over to adjust myself, I thought I heard something, a noise from outside, something more than just the wind. I froze. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but I could hear it, something scraping against the cabin's wooden walls. I held my breath, straining to listen. It was coming from the side of the house, the side that faced the forest. The sound was rhythmic, almost like something was dragging along the ground. I got up slowly, the cold wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and stepped toward the door. My heart was racing. The idea of opening the door in the middle of the night, in the middle of a storm, didn't sit well with me, but my curiosity pushed me forward. I cracked the door open, shining the light outside. The rain had slowed, but the wind still howled through the trees. I scanned the area, my flashlight bouncing across the yard. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No animal tracks, no signs of anyone being there. Still, the feeling of being watched lingered. I closed the door quietly and locked it, returning to bed. The rest of the night passed uneventfully, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I tried to fall asleep, but every little sound made my pulse quicken. The next morning, the storm had passed. The sky was overcast, the air damp, but the world felt quieter. I decided to get up, make some coffee, and explore the grounds around the cabin. I stepped outside, my boots sinking slightly into the muddy earth as I made my way around to the back of the house. The woods were dense here, the trees towering above, their branches twisting and reaching like arms in the fog. As I walked, I noticed a trail through the underbrush that hadn't been there the day before. The ground was soft and wet from the rain, but the trail was clear, fresh footprints, large and heavy, like someone had been walking through the woods recently. My heart sank. The cabin had always been isolated, but there was something about the way the prints were spaced, like they were deliberate, like someone had been pacing around the house. I followed the trail for a while, my breath catching in my throat with every step. The prints led deeper into the woods, but they were soon lost among the thickets. I turned back, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. The rest of the day was uneventful. I kept myself busy, chopping wood, fixing up a few things around the cabin. But when the sun began to set, that same feeling crept back. The wind picked up again, and I couldn't shake the idea that someone was out there, watching me. I shut the cabin down early, locking the windows, bolting the door. That night, I lay in bed, listening to the wind. The storm hadn't returned, but the sense of unease had only grown. I couldn't explain it, but every creak, every whisper of wind against the cabin felt like a warning. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard something, a sound that didn't belong. A knock, soft, almost imperceptible, but it was there, came from the front door. My heart stopped. I waited, holding my breath. The knocking came again. It wasn't the wind. Someone was outside. I grabbed the flashlight, creeping silently across the room. My mind raced. Who could be out there? The nearest neighbor was miles away. I peeked through the curtains, the light from the flashlight trembling in my hand. There was nothing. I stood there for a long time, staring into the empty night, unsure of what to do. Finally, I lowered the flashlight. Maybe it had been an animal or my mind playing tricks on me. I returned to bed, my mind spinning. The night passed uneventfully after that, though I didn't sleep much. By morning, I had made up my mind to leave. Something about the place didn't feel right anymore. I packed up my things, and as I started the truck, I took one last look at the cabin. The woods behind it were quiet, still, as if nothing had happened. But as I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There, standing at the edge of the trees, was a figure. It was just standing there, watching. No movement, no sound, just a shape in the distance. I didn't stop. I drove straight back to town, my hands gripping the wheel tighter with every mile. When I finally got home, I told myself it was all in my head. The storm, the strange noises, the figure. It was just the isolation getting to me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something I hadn't been able to see fully, something that had been waiting, watching. I didn't go back to the cabin after that, and I haven't been back since. I was 29 when I decided to take a solo trip out to a cabin my uncle owned in northern Utah. It was October 2014, and the summer had just broken into early fall. The air was cool enough in the mornings to see your breath, but by afternoon, it was still warm enough to go without a jacket. I had been dealing with a rough year, work stress, a breakup, bills piling up, and needed to get away from it all for a while. My uncle, who wasn't really my uncle but more like an old family friend, offered me his cabin for a week. Said it would do me good to get out of the city for a bit. I didn't argue. The cabin was way up in the foothills, about an hour's drive past a town called Morgan. From there, it was another 15 miles down a dirt road that barely looked traveled. No cell service.
No Wi-Fi.
Not even a landline. The kind of place you had to check in at the gas station before heading out, just so someone would know where you were in case something happened. The first time I saw the place, it looked exactly like the kind of cabin you see on old postcards. One story, wide front porch with a sagging roof, a little stone chimney on one side, pine trees packed in thick all around it, a small clearing around the cabin, maybe 20 or 30 yards out in all directions, then just solid woods. An old rusted pickup was parked off to the side, sunk into the dirt with flat tires. Inside was dusty but cozy. One main room with a couch and fireplace, a tiny kitchen off to the side, and a bedroom tucked away behind a door at the back. The bathroom was just an outhouse about 100 feet out into the trees. The first couple days were peaceful. I woke up with the sun, cooked simple meals on the propane stove, hiked around during the day, and read books by lantern light at night. The quiet out there was something else. Not the kind of quiet you get in the middle of the night in a city. Out there, it felt heavy, like the woods themselves were pressing down around you. Every little snap of a branch or flutter of wings sounded sharp and close. It was around the third night when things started feeling off. I had just finished eating a late dinner, some canned beef stew heated up over the stove, and was sitting on the porch in one of those old creaky chairs, wrapped up in a heavy blanket. The stars were insanely bright, no light pollution to wash them out. The woods around me were dark, black even once you stepped more than a few feet away from the porch light. It was getting cold enough that I could see the steam from my breath hanging in the air. Somewhere out in the trees, I heard a rustling. Not unusual. Plenty of animals lived out there. Deer, raccoons, even black bears sometimes. I didn't think much of it, but after a few minutes, it started again. Closer this time, a sort of crunching sound, like footsteps moving over dry leaves. I leaned forward, peering into the dark, but couldn't see anything beyond the wall of trees. Another few minutes went by. Then I heard it again, this time from a different direction, like something circling the clearing. I told myself it was just a deer, or maybe a couple of them. That made sense. They probably smelled my dinner and got curious. Still, I decided to head inside and lock the door behind me. Better safe than sorry. That night, I slept like shit. I kept waking up, feeling like something was watching me. Every little creak of the cabin made me jolt awake. At one point, I could have sworn I heard footsteps outside the bedroom window. Slow, deliberate, crunch, crunch, crunch across the dead leaves. But when I finally worked up the nerve to look, there was nothing there. Just the darkness and the faint sway of the tree branches in the wind. The next morning, I found tracks in the clearing. Not animal tracks, not even close. They were barefoot prints, human-shaped but wrong somehow. The toes were too long, the ball of the foot too wide. Like a human footprint stretched out and twisted. The prints circled the cabin twice, then disappeared back into the woods. I stood there for a long time, staring at them. The air felt colder than it should have been. I kept telling myself it had to be some weird trick of erosion, or maybe someone had come through and the tracks just looked weird because of the way the ground was drying out. But the longer I looked at them, the less I believed that. I decided to carry a heavy piece of firewood around with me that day, just in case. I didn't have a gun, but a good hard swing from a log could do some damage if it came to that. By that evening, I had almost convinced myself it was just some drifter passing through, maybe a hunter or some local nutcase. I stayed inside, double-checked the locks, and pulled the couch in front of the door just to be extra sure. I tried reading again, but couldn't focus. Every little sound outside made my skin crawl. At some point around midnight, I woke up on the couch to the sound of tapping. Light, almost polite tapping on the window right next to the front door. 3 taps, then a pause. 3 more taps. My heart was hammering in my chest. I stayed completely still, hardly even breathing. After what felt like an eternity, the tapping stopped. Then came the footsteps again, slow and heavy, moving around the porch. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the first pale light of morning crept into the sky, I finally dared to move. I pulled the couch away from the door, yanked it open, and bolted outside. Nothing. No one. But the footprints were back. Fresh ones, circling the cabin again, and this time they led out toward the treeline. And stopped. Just ended, right at the edge of the woods, like whoever or whatever it was had vanished into thin air. I spent most of that day packing up my stuff. I had planned to stay a full week, but no way was I doing that now. I didn't care how peaceful it was supposed to be. Something was out there, and I didn't want to find out what it was. By late afternoon, I had everything crammed back into the truck. Problem was, the dirt road back to town had turned into a muddy mess from a rainstorm the night before. The truck's tires just spun uselessly in the muck when I tried to drive out. I tried laying branches and rocks under the tires, tried digging a path with my hands, but nothing worked. I wasn't going anywhere that night. The sun was already dipping low, turning the sky a sickly orange, and the thought of another night out there made me feel sick. I locked myself in the cabin again and pushed the couch back in front of the door. That night, things escalated. It started just after dark. I was sitting in the middle of the room, clutching the firewood like a bat, listening. At first, it was the same as before. Footsteps outside, slow, circling. But then they started getting louder, heavier, like whoever was out there wasn't trying to be sneaky anymore. I could hear them coming right up to the porch, pacing back and forth. Something scratched at the wood. Long, dragging scratches like nails or claws. Then came the thud. A heavy, bone-jarring thud right against the door, hard enough to make it rattle in its frame. Then again, and again. It wasn't like they were trying to pick the lock. It was more like they wanted to break the whole thing down. I sat there frozen, breathing through my nose so I wouldn't make a sound. After what felt like hours, the pounding stopped. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. Then, slowly, I heard it, the soft creak of the window by the kitchen. I craned my head around, just enough to see it. Something was outside, pressed up against the glass. A face, but not a normal face. It was stretched too long, with a mouth that hung open too wide, almost like it had been ripped downward. The skin was pale and cracked, like old leather. The eyes were wrong too, way too big, way too dark. It stared into the cabin, its breath fogging up the glass. I stayed as still as I could. My whole body felt like it was made of ice. Eventually, the thing moved away from the window. I heard it shuffle back across the porch, then the crunch of its footsteps fading into the trees. I didn't sleep at all that night. By morning, I was almost delirious from exhaustion. I waited until the sun was high before trying the truck again. Miraculously, the ground had dried just enough that I was able to rock it free and get moving. I didn't stop to look back. I didn't stop for anything. I barreled down that dirt road, mud spraying up behind me, not even caring if I tore the undercarriage out on the rocks and potholes. When I hit the main road, I didn't even stop in Morgan. I just kept driving, straight back to Salt Lake, not stopping until I was in my own driveway. I never went back to that cabin. A few weeks later, my uncle called to ask if I had enjoyed the trip. I told him I cut it short because of the weather. He laughed and said he wasn't surprised. said he never stayed out there more than a night or two himself. When I asked him why, he just said, "Sometimes the woods don't like visitors." I didn't ask him anything else after that. Life went back to normal, mostly. I still live in the city. I still work my boring office job. I still get stressed about bills and work and everything else. But sometimes, late at night, I hear it again. The slow, steady crunch of footsteps outside my window. I live on the 3rd floor now. No trees nearby, no porch. And I still hear it.